So anyway, welcome to the Invasion Session 82. We finally got there. This number. I'm Ryan, the GM.
What was the significance of 82 specifically?
Just that we got here.
3 weeks to get here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know.
Well, it's kind of like how I did my wedding or my Tuesday night intro for the Monday game. This is the final session so far. So yeah, you know, it's 82. That's how it goes. What's one fat lady and a duck? There we go. That's what it is. Besides that, it's the 9th of March 2022. I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything. And is that Haji Sophia behind you?
Hey everyone, I'm Chris, and tonight I'm going to be playing Keldrath the Dragonborn Monk.
And hello everyone, also from me, Colin, who will be playing Vangar, the Dwarven Cleric Druid.
Excellent. What do you all remember from last time?
Well, I remember I was strapped to the back of a dragon because I was a bit groggy because I was still messed up from the wish spell.
Yes, and that should lead you to the other thing that happened last time, the wish spell.
That did happen last time. I thought it was the time before. Okay.
It's just because it's been that long.
Yeah, I used the wish spell to make them unable to parasitize people, like infect them.
Exactly, it says, from when this wish is made, all beings in Staccato will become permanently immune to conversion by the illithid, but otherwise be unchanged. There you go.
There we go. Yeah.
That's why I had you write it down.
Thank you. I'm also glad that you did that. Yeah, so obviously quite a big wish, a little bit beyond the level 9 spell.
Big ask, but it seems to have happened so far at least.
But it did burn out Wish from Vanguard.
It did,
Yeah,
sadly,
permanently.
Yes. It was like a 33% chance, and yes, he rolled within the margins.
C'est la vie.
That's how it goes, yeah.
It was a cost that I was willing to pay and did pay.
And now, if anything, alleviates you of the burden of dealing with the second wish.
It does.
Oh dear. Yep, anything else happen?
Batuve wasn't quite as he normally was when we eventually met back up with him in the bedroom.
Oh, there you are. Yep.
It's a cow.
Oh dear.
He wasn't.
No, he wasn't. He was still a Baru. Yes. Yeah, we pretty much had a fully armed and operational Keldrath leading the still fairly exhausted Fleabite and pretty fucked up magically Vangar on the back of a Gembite. Yeah. And then he's headed back to your room, or your suite, as it were. The very ill-defined and poorly mapped out location. And yep, there was a Baru standing there. Batuve turned around and seemed to have slightly glassy looking eyes. He said, "Oh, there you are," before we faded to black. So goals, let's look at those. Chris, do you want to give us the general goals?
The general goals are free the brute from the illithid, then ascertain the relationship between the illithid and the Baru leadership, and finally meet with Sufim.
Oh, finally, we got one more underneath the blank one.
Oh, is that hiding down there?
Yeah, hiding.
Okay, there's one more. Secure safe exit from Barris City.
Yes. Also, this is why when you leave a blank goal and you say we'll get back to it during the week, and then 3 weeks pass. This is how I know it. You'll never get back to it.
It was 3 times as hard because there was 3 weeks.
Uh-huh. Okay, and what is Keldrath's personal goal?
Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. It is still
Mhm.
to arrange a meeting with the Brew Resistance leadership.
Yes, yes. Fleabag, your goal?
To care for the dragon until self-sufficient.
And the more this goal stays, the more I'm like, till Fleabag is self-sufficient? Or till...
Yes.
And Vanga, your goal.
And mine is to obtain a simple new staff, although I have been thinking about shifting it for something else, but I really can't think of anything really pressing at the moment.
Yeah. Did anyone have any remote inspiration for the goal slot in that 3 weeks? No? Was it a blur? Yeah. No ideas.
I'm going to go with a blur.
Okay. Yep. I mean, my assumption is the answer is no. But yeah, I figured I would ask anyway.
Do something about the situation.
A little vague, but I like the direction. Yeah, it's good.
Yep, I thought it was, it may be vague, but it's to the point, it's...
I think we should be going towards a new situation. Let's try and invent and find another situation to then find something to fix about that. Just let that cascade.
Oh dear. Cascade's a different world I have, by the way. So if you want to go roleplay in that world, you can. Yeah, it is. I've got Cadence, Staccato, Cascade, Allegro. Yeah. Got a bunch of them. So, funny side note, Colin, Gibbs' first ever roleplay experience was in Cascade. So there you go. Yeah.
Which one ends up in Hala?
I saw Gibbs the other night. Well, not the other night. It was like a week ago, but I saw Gibbs.
Okay.
Gig. It's a good gig.
So, yeah, this game in the room with Tenphf. Let's start there, shall we? I think that's probably the best place to go. So after Tenphf says, "Oh, there you are," the eyes kind of glass over and the statue of Tenphf collapses to the ground.
Huh. Is he alright?
Ice the grave.
I love that you say this just from the back of the dragon that you're strapped to, just leaning over and say, "Okay."
I mean, yeah,
It's good.
I don't know if the idea of him having been a zombie would occur to Vanger at this moment, given his condition. It can occur to other people, of course, who are not as fucked up.
Are you referring to me by any chance?
I maybe, but I wouldn't want to put this impetus in you. Impetus? That's not the word I'm looking for. No, impetus kind of.
I was gonna say it kind of works.
Not
Yeah.
wrong. Yeah.
Put the onus on you.
What
Yeah.
I would because my thinking would be like I'd see that and go, oh, he's mind controlled, and then I'd be like, oh, why is he falling over? Right? It's there's a question of like would he make the jump from that to going, oh, maybe he was animated by necromancy? Would that be the assumption that I make? I'm not sure.
Do you know how you could be sure?
What?
Roll insight.
Yeah, I'll roll insight. Because I am a dedicated role player. Right. And also waiting for my sheet to load
Okay,
and buying time.
Yep.
Because I'm a
Filibustering.
dedicated role player, I believe that I'm currently. Did I not have some sort of disadvantage on me?
You were thinking of exhaustion? Do you have any levels of exhaustion you should be suffering?
No, you didn't give me exhaustion from
then
that.
you're fine.
No.
Yeah.
So I'm not at disadvantage. Okay.
Not
so
to
will
what
just
I
roll-
recall, but we'll find out.
My insight's pretty good, so I'm gonna roll insight. It's pretty good.
Yeah?
Not amazing, but pretty good.
This definitely feels more like somebody had no control over their faculties, rather than they're a walking corpse.
Right. So
And I say this, the reason why I'm giving this to Vanger is because Vanger has specifically in his backstory dealt with zombie-like things in the past.
Okay, so I'm sort of quite confident that he's just maybe collapsed because he was sort of being, used and is now an empty vessel almost. Like, would I think that, or would I just think, oh, he's collapsed because he's been expended?
That one's harder to say.
Too much effort. But I would think he was probably still alive. As in, he hasn't died as a result of no longer being possessed or something like that.
I mean, somebody could go closer to him and then
He
go
could.
do a medicine
I
check if
can't
he's
really have
wanted.
a dragon under me.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say to check on him then.
Yeah.
Check. He could. See,
I think Fleabite will sort of slowly pad over and maybe just like tap him with a stick or something.
Well, what is this? A stick or something? What are you?
Is there? I was just trying
Or
to think. Something in the room, like a candlestick or something.
Follow him.
If needed, I can just take out a spear.
Does Fleabite want a poker? Is that what
Yes.
you're asking for? You want to get nuts?
I think to Siren's point, I think he's probably not been undergoing the change for two reasons. For one thing, we sort of nullified that, presumably, but maybe not for people who are already partly undergoing it, but also because he'd just turn into one of them. It might be slow, but it wouldn't be like mind control. It'd be like you're literally just become one of them. So it wouldn't. I don't think it'd present like that. He came across more like he was being used like a puppet.
Yeah, I think Vanger could make that assumption. Yeah.
That's certainly the assumptions Colin would make, but yeah, I think Vanger would make those assumptions.
Again, you've had a bit more experience with the Githzerai telling you the tales of these, illicit enemies. So
yeah, I have an idea of how they're supposed to work at least.
Yeah.
So, based on what I've heard, I can sort of
Mhm.
apply that to the situation and say, no, I think it's X.
As for Fleabite's plan, poking him with a stick, sure, you can do that, but it doesn't count as a medicine check, buddy. So
That's
Cast
fine. Definitely to begin with, it was tap the stick, and if he rises from that, then
what a great choice of
Good,
words, right? Arise, my undead puppet. Yeah, okay.
That's an
Fleabite.
interesting idea. Maybe that was it just taking effect on him there.
Mhm.
but yeah, I guess we'll detect if dead by means of at Fleabite's disposal.
Okay.
Do you like medicine or investigate or?
It would be medicine you want to do for this one, and remember, you are still under, was it 2 or 3 levels?
Yes. 3, so
Okay.
definitely disadvantage.
Okay.
This is why the stick was about as much as we were going to be getting anyway.
So, Keldrath,
So-
it probably looks more like Fleabite's looting him than actually doing any medicine tests, but yeah. Fleabite, what
Found a stick!
do you think Fleabite would think has happened in this situation?
Well, I think Fleabite got distracted by the stick.
Okay.
So probably a bit of a poke.
It's a
Realised
stingray.
realized that Fleabite is feeling very inathletic, and this is a very large individual, and the stick's not really doing much. It's like tapping a stone, and then that sort of line of thought probably took him elsewhere and got distracted.
Okay. That's fine. Yep, so Fleabite, as far as you know, could be dead for all you know.
Well, it could also be alive.
What does Fleabite tell the group?
I think so. This big mammoth thing. Not move now. Continues poking.
Well, I can see that.
Might be log sleep.
Do you want to have a look, Keldrive?
Will do. I'm going to turn around to Gembite first of all, and then Draconian. I'm going to say, Gembite, protect the door and make sure no harm comes from Tavanger or Fleabite. And then I'm going to wander over to, I'll say, our friend.
So as you go to
Um,
like step over to do that, so Gembite like can like turns on the spot as if trying to turn its neck to look at Vanger, and then clocks Fleabite again once it's in like a 360. Goes over and Fleabite, you're about to be grappled, unless I'm assuming you're going to try and resist.
He's now a large, isn't he?
Yeah.
Um,
So I'll tell you what, I'll even give you advantage on it.
So I actually already have advantage on.
Yeah, because large versus small.
No,
No?
I think that gives them an advantage. But
Wait, really? I thought.
So I
Oh
specifically
no, you're
have
right.
this,
Yeah.
which means I have advantage
Okay.
to
Well, do you know
escape
what?
from being
I'll take
grappled.
my advantage back from you then. That doesn't stack
Which-
anyway, so it's irrelevant.
Exactly.
Mhm.
But with my disadvantages, like it all brings it back to it would all bring it to normal anyway.
Yeah, it is a normal roll for you, regardless of what's going on.
Um,
You get athletics or
I-
acrobatics. You get to pick.
ooh,
Yeah.
I guess. Oh, I didn't. But it would be the first one, I guess. I hope.
It would be the first one, yes.
Could Fleabite sort of flavour that as like then climbing onto Gembite?
Well, we'll see. Yes. They really didn't do much to try and help the visuals of this dark mode, did they? Like, I know they're trying to
It's-
fix it, but oof. Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
They've made all text tiny, by the way.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
See if they just need to up the font size a bit. It'll work itself out. Because I do like dark modes personally, but man, see the NPC sheets is tiny. Anyway, yeah. So like you can like scamper on the back of Gembite, stepping half over Vanger probably. It's fine.
Yeah, so I feel like Fleabite gets that he's not like actually attacking him, so he doesn't want to feel like he was scurrying away from him. It was more of a
No, like he went to pick you up like pretty much by like the scruff of your clothing.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah, this way we both go.
Yeah, and then he just starts plodding over to the doors and then just like slumps down against them.
Why are we back at it? I don't speak Draconic, right?
Yeah. I like the Fleabite just goes with it. Like, well, this is happening now, I guess so. And then, yeah.
I guess so.
So, Keldrath, you're left with a good bit of space in the room. And you're next.
Again, I've noticed that Fleabite, nothing happened whenever he went to Batuve, so I'm just going to wander over, and again, I'll do a medicine roll to see if he's still breathing or if he's left the world as we are at the moment. If that's all right.
Yeah, please. Medicine check.
Tells me nothing. He's dead.
Yeah, I think when you go for like a pulse or something, you try and like find where the pulse would be, and you realize you've never had to deal with a Baru before, so the fact that you're not
That's
getting
not his pulse.
So yeah, again, inconclusive. Yeah, well done, team. So far, it's good.
The dice rolls are not with us today. Hopefully that's that out of the way.
Yep. So what's the plan?
On that roll, I'm not sure.
Mhm.
Guys, I've asked Jembite to protect the door and make sure you guys are okay, just in case anybody else comes through after us. I don't know if we were being how much. I'm going to assume it was Tenphf was seeing through.
But they were. I think they all. See, the guest said that they all see what any of them see. So it wouldn't, even if it were Tenphf doing it, it wouldn't just be Tenphf seeing it.
Would be everybody he chose to share it with, or just
Oh, and they're not really the way the gift make it sound. They're not really individuals the way we are. They're like they've got their own personalities and stuff, but they're not like separate. There's a.
I think the way the Gith would have said it
there's
to
like
you
a
would have been
shield.
they speak with one voice.
There you go. I'll quote that. They speak with one voice. They're not, you know, they're a whole. They're not a bunch of different parts like we are. Nods sagely, quite convinced that he's expressed himself very well.
I will nod as though I understood what you said, and and not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
See how's our friend?
I can't really tell. I don't see any signs of breathing.
Oh dear. Now hang on a minute. And actually, him having said that will cause me to eyes of the gravy, even though I don't think that's what's going on here.
Okay.
I just think he would check.
Yeah, like a reflex, right? Yeah, if you've got that ability.
And I've got one left, I might as well use it. So I use it, and I'll look about over my shoulder, presumably.
Okay, pop it in chat.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I
No
thought
worries.
I'd done that. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Eyes of the gravy.
Eyes of gravy. Okay, yep. And yeah, like Tenphf doesn't look undead.
He's okay. Well, the good news it doesn't look like he's undead.
But could have been normal dead.
Well, yeah, but that would be here. Can someone help me down?
Fleabit pushes him up.
I thought I was secured to the side of the dragon.
Yes. So Fleabit,
I taught her awkwardly. That not like that.
Yeah, Fleabit, you gonna help Vanger get off the dragon? What are your
Can
phrasing?
Fleabite help?
This is probably going to be the blind leading the blind.
Should I come back and help? I'll come back and help.
I mean,
there would be a temptation to just sit back and watch. I'm not going to lie. If I were you, because that does sound pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, but how much condition are you close to death?
oh,
I mean,
dear. Yeah.
you falling off
I'm not
a large object? How much damage could that do?
He's not
Probably.
too fragile. Yeah, he's not too fragile yet. Like-
Admittedly, you know, that's sort of with player knowledge of how many hit points we are, right? A bad fall can always kill someone, you know. Maybe not for a player character, but you know.
The Fleabit can attempt to help Vanger, but Vanger has been secured to the dragon, so he didn't fall off. So yeah.
I did, yeah. I'm strapped on.
Do you want to do some sleight of hand, Fleabit?
Yeah, sure.
Oh dear.
Not much bedside manner, Fleabite.
So I think
Um,
Vanger Fleabite just starts fumbling, like with the ropes on you, maybe a bit too longer for your patience.
If that is clearly failing, I could
Mhm.
employ
It is definitely
spirits. This is definitely not a waste of a limited use resource.
I'm so proud of you,
but I-
Alexander, actually using resources.
This would just be a normal roll, though, wouldn't it?
What do you mean for sleight of hand?
No, for using.
Yeah, it's not subject to anything else.
It's just a D8, I think.
Because a lot of people think when you do like advantage or disadvantage rolls, your additional dice get rolled twice as well, but they don't. It is just the d20 that goes twice, and then everything else is just once. And it's still applied. Statement. Yeah.
Once and never again.
The difficultness was 10, so you have successfully done that. Well done. So after a bit of psychic help, Fleabite pushes through the fiddliness, and then you manage to get Vanguard loose.
Right, thank you. Right. Sort of thumps down. Okay. I'll go take a wee look at him. Just after a hey. Yep. Right. And then he will go over and he will give it a little medicine check.
Please do.
It's not as bad.
Okay. When you get to the two of you, you root around him medically, and instead of like breathing through their mouth, they obviously breathe through their trunks, so you can detect the breath from like the base of the trunk, and that's maybe why the others have missed it.
Oh, he's breathing through his nose. Ah. See. I don't know why I'm playing him drunk. I think he's just that messed up. It comes across that way.
I quite like it. It feels fatigued, right? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's good.
I think he's I think he'll be fine. He's just under a wee bit of mind control. Hopefully temporarily. Maybe we should secure him.
Fleabite looks at how big he is.
Well. I don't know if he can medicine check himself. Maybe?
What, do you want a medicine check? You? Yeah, thank you.
Siren's suggesting. Listen, if he's having an aneurysm, there are worse times.
There's ways to go around that. Get Fleabite to cut into his skull, and then see if there's blood inside.
Oh yeah, listen, trephination never hurt anyone.
Oh dear.
That's not true. So we're
yeah, that's
not endorsing it.
But some of them survived.
You know what? Not as bad as you would think as a cure for everything.
Many things, yeah.
Spirits in the brain, trephination.
Ghosts in the blood.
I was about to say ghosts
ghost.
in the blood.
Well, that's
You've not got any cocaine on hand.
You got a bloodlet, right? Because if you've got ghosts in your blood, you got to get that blood out. Because it's haunted, right?
Yeah.
So if you like cut yourself and I used Eyes of the Grave, I'd be able to diagnose that. But I'm all out right now. So what were we talking about, Ryan?
Right, medicine check. He's breathing, and you wanted to tie him
Yeah,
up.
he is. He's breathing. He's a large elephant. We probably can't put him in the.
I think your ropes do count as like 50-foot rope, right? So despite him being like,
he's still a relatively small dragon, though.
It was. I mean, Fleabite's trepidation was just literally lifting him onto it.
I thought you just meant
definitely-
tying up with rope and leaving him like propped against something, not tying him to Gembite.
No, that's where I thought we were. Going.
Okay.
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 I think that's actually not a bad idea. It's just not what occurred to Vanger. So
And keep in mind, like,
Go
Betuve
ahead
is
to do that.
Betuve is a medium-sized creature, even if he is pushing that box.
Mhm.
You know, he's the most, of that box that you can before you would fall into a large category. In terms of D&D statistics.
And should he wish to push the box, he
Sometimes in the
is
shell,
large.
or sometimes in the machine. They can be in many places.
I have a bunch of Ghost in the Shell pictures behind me, in fact, right now. So yeah.
So, are you gonna just tie up the elephant? Are we gonna?
I love that
is
we're
the plan?
actually at the stage where we are talking about the elephant in the room.
I mean, he is in the room. He's not literally an elephant though. He's an
Yeah.
elephant-like person.
How was that not our title for last time?
I know, right? Fucking hell.
Well,
Our title last time was Tadpole.
ironically, we were avoiding the elephant in the room.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it.
And it depends how large a room you've got. So what? Yeah, if you, I think that's not a bad idea, to be honest.
So
But-
obviously in the room we had a meal, and the table and all that's still there. I imagine because of where we are,
This room is huge, yeah.
the
Yeah.
chairs in here will be.
There's like plant life and
Elephant
stuff
size.
and stairs and like it's almost like it's a massive like suite to entertain like a lot of guests. So yeah, there is a table. There's like probably trees that have been planted, like in like specific planter areas that you could maybe not quite as secure as like a heavy table, but still.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking that I'll. He's a medium-sized creature, so will I have the strength for that? I have no idea.
You are a
But
medium-sized
I will-
creature as well, just for
Yeah.
comparison.
Fair enough.
You and Vanger
will-
are. Fleabite is not. Gembite is a large-sized creature.
I will take our friend from underneath his arms, and I will try and place him onto one of the chairs, and try and tie him to one of the chairs. In good old captivity way, it always happens.
Okay, do you want to give me an athletics first? We'll see if you can get him onto a chair.
Boom, 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 boom. Every time I move away from this, I've got to roll again. I need to get more screens.
well, you got to keep rolling.
More screen real
Sorry,
estate.
athletics?
Athletics, yeah.
Don't want
Oh,
athletics.
that's not your
No.
strong point, to put
Okay.
it literally.
There is
But still.
a way. Make it a stronger point.
So yeah, you go to try and move the air-quoted dead weight of a Baru, and it's not happening.
Okay, then I'll bring the chair to him, and I'll tie the chair to him while he's lying there.
Just
That is not
tie a
going to
chair
happen.
to each limb. Yeah.
And the trunk.
If you just keep on tying pieces of furniture onto him, eventually you will have enough to weigh him down.
Or a Katamari, like. Oh dear.
No, the calamari aren't with us right now.
Okay, no, I definitely said Katamari, but sure, okay.
I was
was
stretching.
incredibly
I was
low-
really
lowbrow,
stretching. For
yeah.
the pun, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
While Vanger's doing that, Fleabite.
Oh no,
makes-
Vanger's doing fuck
Sorry,
all.
Telegraph.
He's doing that.
Well,
Vanger's
Telegraph is
muttering
trying.
like a weird-old man.
Fleabite will watch on and possibly suggest. Could have risk think squeak, and gesture at Betuve.
He could be talking with oh, aye, that's they'll have seen it.
No, Fleabite. Mammoth thing, think squeak.
Can you do that when he's out of it?
Okay, let's have a look. I don't see why not, but
It's worth a try.
they need to have a language. If they're unconscious, does that mean they don't have a language?
Bear with me.
Or am I just going to see his dreams? Like, I'm okay with that as well.
Either way, the elephant's dream of
Electric rats.
Peanuts
Yeah.
and mice.
guns.
I
Firing
think
peanuts through his trunk.
the downside of this would be that they're not conscious and thus can't communicate. Right?
Not consciously, at least.
It's really falling back on D&D's unconscious condition. If you are incapacitated, can't move or speak, and are unaware of your surroundings, you drop whatever you're holding and fall prone. Attacks against you have advantage. Any attack and it hits you as a critical hit if the attacker is within 5 feet, and you automatically fail strength and dex saving throws. So, can you see why you'd be able to speak to him, Fleabite, but he would be unaware of his surroundings? I feel like I'm going to include the psychic speech in that for now. It does seem to think that you can make the connection, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And it does say speak telepathically, whereas unconscious is just speak. So clearly those are two different types of communication.
No.
Fair.
Like, for the simplicity's sake, no. It says an unconscious elephant. You've got... Your choices are wake him up, tie him up, or kill him. And possibly other options that I haven't considered. Or any mix of the three, actually.
I mean, I think wake him up is probably the obvious option. But obviously, we can't be sure why he keeled over. Maybe it was because they sort of withdrew from him, and the tax on him of just being controlled or what have you is what knocked him out, or or maybe they were just done with him. I don't know. I really don't know how exactly that works, but I don't know. It seems unlikely to me that he's going to wake up and just be controlled again, because if so, why did he fall over in the first place?
The question I have for you then is, are you going to attempt to help Kildrath to get him to something to tie him to before you attempt to wake him up? Because you could just tie him up where he is, right? You could do that, or you could tie him to something like a chair or a table.
I am concerned that any attempt that we have to tie him up, he can break through.
Yeah, that's
fairly easily. Now that's a bit meta, I guess, just because I know something about how they work, but just given his size, probably fairly evident.
He's a medium-sized creature.
But he weighs many.
Yeah, I mean, he may be medium, but he's a big fucking medium. It's
as far as D&D
medium
cares,
itself
though,
is very
right?
much
As far as D&D cares, you'll tie him up with rope, and then obviously if you use like multiple ropes or all the rope, etc., you can improve the odds that way. I'm pretty sure Fleabite has a bunch of rope. I know, resources, right? Resources. You can then make it harder for said elephant person to bust out, because they still need to use their strength score to bust out, right?
Were I a Baru player, I would make the argument that that's like a shoving roll, which I know that they count as a size larger for. Would that likely work for them?
Well, when you play a, Baru, I can answer that for you. Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, then in that case, if we can just keep rolling him up and we can just Michelin man him with rope. You haven't got a tire, just thunk that on top of him.
Oh dear. What I like about them
Back in game.
The Lockstones are gifted stoneworkers as well, just FYI. It's a nice little random thing. But yes, back in game, Kildrath, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I'm just going to say to Vanger. Vanger, do you think he was possessed, or do you think He is now one of the. I want to be obnoxious. Squid Boys.
I think he was being controlled remotely. There's some sort of psionics or magics, frankly. Even that's maybe not terms they'd be so use. I don't know how fast it happens, but my understanding is that when they turn people, they turn them completely, and I think if it hadn't really taken it, when I have to think that the wish worked, that the ring worked, and I think it felt like it did. I mean, it definitely feels like we did it, but I don't know for certain. I just don't think that if we were still this tack or normal or still looked like himself so much, then he's probably not being turned unless it's very early on. And if it's very early on, then maybe the wish would have cured him. I think it was a mind control of some sort.
Then let's try and wake him as a friend. If that's the case, and he collapsed after being freed, maybe we should just treat him as a friend that we think he is.
I think it's a chance we have to take.
I'm just looking at my puny arms. I'm trying not to want to move him again.
Puny, but also magic arms.
Yes.
Let me see if I can help with that. Probably not, given my current strength. But hey,
Now, again, this
my
is
character
something.
sheet's going weird again. Give me a sec. I'm going to refresh the page.
So talk me through the plan. So is it set him up, wake him up, hope for the best?
Yeah, I think so. But I'm questioning whether a healing potion is needed or whether just set him up and slap him around the face a couple of times would wake him up, or some smelling salts.
Smelling salts, you say?
We'll try and just chalk him up first, I guess. Do we still have healing potions? I've got some oh no, I do still have a potion of healing.
I've got one left.
Okay, so we get 2 if we need it.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Ben? How would you like to do this?
Just gonna knock in his forehead, personally. Like, not too hard, but like wrap it like it's a door, because he's probably got a very thick skull, at least from my perspective as a dwarf.
Okay, so are you leaving him on the floor, or are you wanting to set him up against something, like a couch or something?
Maybe we should do that first.
Just prop him up a bit, you know. Don't know, you tell me how you want this to go down.
Well, yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Okay. And you want to try and rouse him, so Vanguard, do you want to give me your medicine roll for knocking on his head medically?
Okay, the medical knocks.
Yes.
That's what they call it. It's a serious condition. It's a very, very good rap in the forehead.
This is the most dwarven thing you have ever done. It's just...
He's unconscious. I have the solution. Head trauma. No, that's not going to cause head trauma.
Oh dear. So yeah.
It's one of the things as a first aider you're actually taught is to bang them on the shoulder
See if
to
they'll
see if
react.
that'll rouse them.
Mm.
Yeah, see if they'll react to that. So for our friend, I don't think that quite work, but
Shotgun the shoulder, yeah.
yeah.
So, yeah, like you prop them up eventually, like both Keldrath and Vanguard, like prop up Betuv's body, and then yeah, like you go about the rousing process, and then like after like maybe a minute, the trunk seems to, like, you know, undulate a little, like curled around
Yeah.
like your arm a little, and then like his eyes blink open. He looks at you and
Are
goes,
you in there?
"Oh, oh!" And like his trunk quite quickly lets go of
Is it you?
your arm.
Right. Oh.
And he
Tenphf?
looks between the two of you and goes, "What happened?"
What's the last thing you remember?
And he blinks, and like his hand comes up to like feel his head, like his eyes closed, and he's like kind of shakes his head side to side, and he opens and goes, I was trying to speak to Safim.
See.
He looks and goes, "What happened?" And he looks around as if realizing, like, kind of taking in his location first, like finally. He has not noticed at the door Gembite or Fleabite yet.
You. Well, I think you've been sitting in this room for quite a while, actually. Maybe. I'm not sure.
He kind of looks at you
I
confused.
think maybe. It's. When we came, you spoke to us and then you toppled over and you looked unfocused. Like I think you were being controlled, which is why we were concerned when we woke you up that you might not be yourself.
He looks quite worried by this, like, the more you say about this, and he's like, I don't remember any of that. I just remember seeking out Master Safim. I don't recall coming back to the palace. And you say I
think
spoke
he
to you?
somehow. Yes. It was just a greeting. But I don't think it was you greeting us.
He gives you like an even more worried look at that, and he says, what do you mean?
I think they intercepted you on the way to meet him, and I'm concerned for what exactly might have befallen your friend. Because if they intercepted you, it's either possible that they were already there waiting with him, or they used you to get to him.
Kind of like shakes his head and puts like both, like, you know, that kind of like head in his hands type thing. He's shaking side to side. It's like clearly quite, you know, upset about the situation.
My friend here secured you as best he could in case you woke up and weren't yourself.
So I actually don't recall any of you tying him up, so that didn't
Oh,
happen.
didn't you?
No.
I thought you did.
No, we never got that
No.
far.
You didn't end up doing it. Okay,
No.
right on that. I
It's okay.
thought you'd said you'd do it, but
I thought that was part of the wake him as a friend sort of thing.
Yeah,
Right.
same.
I agree with.
okay, no, that's fair. That makes sense. I didn't say that.
It's okay.
It never happened. We what I might say then is we thought something like that. We thought we might have to.
Sure, yeah.
We thought we might have to secure you in case you woke up and weren't yourself. But it seems like we're speaking to the real thing.
Just like he can like pulls his head out of his hands. He looks up and he's like, How How long since we last spoke? You could say
To be
like
honest,
you could say like a
I've-
day, right? Like it's been about a day.
Yeah, I think it's been one level of exhaustion lost for Fleabite.
Yeah, I would have to look around at those two because Vanger is a lost track at this point.
That's fair.
Yeah. It's been almost a day since we last met and you went to find Sophie. Almost a full day.
He kind of like just shakes his head, distraught again, being like, "I don't understand how much time could have passed without my notice." No, Fleabite take 4 damage.
Definitely been able to get into your head somehow. They have psionics, and I suspect they also have, if you'll forgive me, magics. Although I don't know that that's what they'd call it either.
Fleabite, what are you doing? You've been awful quiet for this.
I think Fleabite's watching on from atop
Mhm.
Jimbite.
Okay.
Probably just like patting the back of his head, and also like keeping an eye on the door every so often.
Yep. And as I said, like Genbite's done that very useful thing that dogs do occasionally, where they'll just decide the door is exactly where they want to lie. So yeah, the door is reasonably blocked by a dragon. So yeah.
How much
Mhm.
do we want to tell him about what we did?
Yeah, no, tell him about his library.
At the moment, nothing at all until he is a bit more himself, shall we say.
But we could
I
do is
would-
finding some more from him, like if he knows where Sufim could be.
Exactly, yeah. We need information from him rather than
Mhm.
tell him we've just destroyed his library. That it was so precious. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
that's the way I'd be looking at it anyway.
At least she's closed the door behind you, though, when he's left.
We did indeed, yes.
Okay, so
However, it does bring up the point of, did he know the library was hiding?
Mm.
So we'll get there. We will get there.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
if it, it might occur to him anyway. So yeah.
Mhm. So,
So yeah, did you get to Safim then? What happened?
he like shakes his head a bit and does that thing like he pinches like the, I guess, bridge of his nose. And he looks and he says, I spoke to Sufim. He seemed unsurprised at some of my news. He kind of gives you both like a shifty look. When he says, he said he had options if we needed it. I wasn't quite sure what and how much to share, of course. He looks over at the door for the first time and sees like Fleabite atop Gembite, and obviously Gembite's much bigger than the last time. And his eyes just go kind of wide at that. Like his trunk kind of like undulates a lot more. His ears like flicker up. And he's like, "It's grown. Oh, so quickly."
Yes.
Oh well. Was that secret?
Well, Well, yes, it's going to be difficult to hide its existence. Number of reasons. Is it possible we could still find this theme? I'm not sure we're in any condition to try, to be honest, but
He kind of looks at you for the
Maybe
first time
indeed
and kind of looks you over and goes, "Has something happened?" You can tell he means that in like to you specifically.
I had to make a difficult choice. And difficult and costly. And I think I made the right choice. But we shall see. Nods to himself more than anything else.
Yeah, and like you can tell there's like a tone of concern like for you, and then like the Tenph's voice. And he kind of turns to you, Kilrath, and says, "If you could assist me." And he goes to try and like push off the floor. Actually stand up. Give him a hand.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
He kind of like gets to his feet, and he is like a tiny bit shaky on his feet at first. Almost like he had like numb legs or something. He kind of like does that thing where he stamps his feet a couple of times just to try and get like the feeling back. And he goes, "I fear it wasn't the only thing that fell asleep." He gives his legs a bit of a shake. Perhaps it's best we speak somewhere more privately.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Who would you
Dear.
suggest?
He gives you a look and kind of leans in. The library. What did you think he was going to suggest?
No, I know exactly what he was going to suggest. I'm just trying to avoid a difficult conversation. That's all.
Oh, he's got to suggest somewhere private then.
The balcony? Can we climb up in the back of a dragon?
I think it's best we rip that bandage off.
He looks over himself. Obviously his common's not that good, but he picks up the nuance of that.
It's an idiom.
And he kind of like looks over himself and goes, "Right, of course.
We can." I look completely at Kilrath. I'm obviously struggling with my words a little at the moment.
We have some unfortunate news and some interesting findings
And he kind of
from your library.
He looks very worried at that and says, "It seems this day brings much bad news."
Yes. Our friend, you've noticed he's grown quite considerably since you last seen him.
He looks over at like Jim Bite and Flea Bite and just kind of leans back to you and nods.
He's not that much bigger. I mean, he is a fair bit bigger. He was pretty big. Sorry, I know that's not helpful, but that's what he's saying.
From dog to horse, though, is quite a jump. So yeah.
Yeah, but, I mean, he was already quite big
Yeah.
to Flea Bite. Probably to Flea Bite too, but to Vanger is what I was attempting to say with my words. Apparently, words are quite difficult for Colin tonight too.
And I'm assuming a day here is still 24 hours, so
Sure.
that size of change in 24 hours is...
It's actually 6 chocolate biscuits, weirdly. No one really knows why.
Oh dear.
Penguins specifically.
Back to Batman
I don't
again.
make the rules.
Anyway, the flea bite may have been a mistake gem bite.
Hmm.
It may have been a mistake I know it was a mistake
No,
to take flea bite
yeah.
to the library. But
Yeah. You know what? No, he found the stuff.
Yeah.
Credit to Fleabite.
Yeah. You're
I
welcome.
I just think it was a mistake, just flea bite in general. Like, from start to... Sorry, that's harsh. But also...
that's how he introduces himself anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah. So yeah, it may have been a mistake for us to take Gem Bite to the library. As it turns out, your library may have been powered by magics of some type. As
Gives you like a funny look when you say that, and he looks between like all of you. He says, "Did something happen to the library?"
yes,
This is like the most focused he's sounded since coming to.
I'm going to hold up one of the gems I removed from the library.
As you do
Gem
that as
Bite
well,
or
like as you do that, he actually like kind of like puts like a hand on your shoulder, like fairly firmly, and says, "Did they find it?"
no.
He's just immediately like you can see the relaxation, like his shoulders like slouch a bit again and stuff. He's a lot less tense. And he's like, "Oh." And he looks down at your hand and sees the crystal. Yeah.
But Gem Bite, his increase of size has came from feeding on some of the crystals.
Gives you like, as if you'd told him the Gembite just started eating people. The same kind of look crosses the Tenph's face. And he looks over at Gembite, and Gembite just looks sheepish at this point. Gembite's head's like way down, like, you know, claws are over his snout.
He didn't really. I didn't think he. I don't think he understood he shouldn't do that.
We didn't know. We took him to a room we thought was going to be secure and safe.
Yeah,
But Tenphf
we
looks
are
pale.
very sorry. we didn't think he would. We didn't think he would eat them. I mean, they're not food.
And you told us you didn't have magic. He did. He told us that he didn't have magic.
It's not his fault. We're not.
But Tenphf, like, with a thud, slumps onto the actual sofa this time instead of being propped against it. He actually sits on the sofa this time. You hear the weight of the baru. He just sits there like, oh.
There might be
Did any of it survive?
a fair bit.
Yes. Oh, yeah. We stopped him well in advance of destruction, but not all of it.
He did do some damage. But there might be a way to fix it. Because, well...
Which brings us to the interesting point we're going to share.
And he kind of looks at you like as if doubt is the only thing on his face. Like,
well, you know the library. Apparently, not just the library.
kind of narrows his eyes.
Our friend here seeking hidden passages. He found one.
It's like he kind of like looks around like, what?
He looks very pleased and proud.
He likes secret passages, and to be fair, we were concerned that since you hadn't returned, we were concerned what was happening, and we didn't want to venture out in the open. And Fleabite found a passageway hidden behind a hollow wall, perhaps it's best if we show Tenphf back at the library if we can get there safely, of course. But it was quite. This place was built on the. This is Colin forgetting the word. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Is it Genasi?
Genasi, thank you very
Okay.
much. On the Genasi ruin, or well, it was built on where previously Genasi ground had stood, and it seems there's still secrets unfound within the city, that secrets of the Genasi that would allow, well, I
We found
should really tell him about.
we found a cavern, and the cavern held secrets that we didn't know we were looking for.
I think we should. Our esteemed visitors from above. For one thing, it looks like they've been here before. Maybe even started off here.
Can she say this?
For another,
It gives you like a look as if what? Like, you know.
there's one of them in the Genasi ruins alongside some Genasi.
It gives you a look even more like as if that's like clearly jolted him a bit. Almost like an adrenaline surge or something in his eyes.
They're all quite dead, very well preserved, incredibly. Their magics must have been impressive.
He shakes it out. Are you saying there's an illithid in my library?
There was behind it, but I.
It takes like a big, like, you know, a big breath in thing, like, you know, like his mouth and trunk kind of firm up a bit, and then he stands up. He goes, okay, perhaps you should show me what you have found. And he like balls up his fists as if like psyching himself up for.
Before
this.
we do anything else, there is a question I feel I should ask. Do you know how the illithid? Well, this is a ugly way to put it. Do you know how they spread? I guess reproduce.
Gives you like a funny look. He goes, no, why would I?
Don't eat the food.
He gives you like a horrific look at that.
That was someone that we know told us that before. They infect others and turn them. They make other people into illithids.
And he like shakes his head and then like looks just deeply horrified. And he goes, they've been here for weeks.
They've probably started making more of their own, yes.
Shakes his head even
every
more.
new one, every new set of eyes, the threat grows greater with each that they convert, because they all see what they see. They're one mind with many faces and bodies.
Too like just his hand moves to his stomach, and his eyes kind of like narrow a bit.
I think
it just buckles over and vomits.
I think everybody should be safe from now on. That hasn't already been changed.
Yeah, he isn't listening. He is heaving.
Oh, that's not going to be good. An elephant being sick? That can't be
good. I'm sorry to tell you like that, but you needed to know.
He like stands up and looks a bit like slightly blushing a little, and then he puts like, you know, his hand in like a pocket and he looks for something like a handkerchief or whatever, and he pulls out and he starts like clean up his mouth, and he's like,
bedsheet.
Excuse me, it's been a day.
I can imagine.
And it's not over yet, my friend.
I think-
Perhaps we should move this conversation to the library if
Yes.
it is still secure.
So the reason I was telling you that I think I've been able to stop them spreading. There was a ring with a powerful spell bound to it.
Kind of like
It
Crix's ocular ridge at you.
Genasi magics, and I wished for the people of our world to be immune to the changes that the illithid would.
Shakes his head and he goes, "You found the cradle."
Yes.
And you used it against the illithid.
Well, aye. More defensively than against.
I kind of just looks at everyday again. Like, the fuck are these people vibes?
I talked before. But
he puts a hand up and he says, "I fear you may have said too much in this room."
I suspect they'll have found out that it won't take them long anyway to figure out that they've been limited in their abilities. They will notice, and they will wonder why. And if they are connected to this world, this place, well, they might just figure it out.
There's a knock at the door. A very loud knock at the door. That's where we go to break.
Mm.
So who do you think it is?
It's Cynthia. No.
It's Sufim!
Sufim!
Please be Sufim!
Right, folks, we will be back in like 10 minutes. See you soon. BRB.
Yeah, that's funny. It was just you in the corner.
Yeah, just me. I can go back to if you want. It's like a look. I've also got this one. Just me. See, it's all right, isn't it? So nice. It's nice, isn't it? And then where was the other one? This one. Yep, just me in the corner. Yep. Here we are. Anyway, we're back. Welcome back to the Invasion Session 82 Part 2. I am Ryan, the GM. It's the 9th of March 2022. Here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will continue to be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
And yes, thank you, Siren, for the audio test. Thank you.
Thank you, Siren.
Hi again, everyone. I'm Chris, and I'm playing Keldrath the Dragonborn Monk. Again.
And hello also from Colin, who will be playing Vanger, the Dwarven Cleric Druid.
Yes. So, in the words of Matt Berry, there's somebody at the door. There's somebody at the door.
Father!
And I know he's quoting someone else, but that's where I know it from. So.
Speak, priest!
But that's you. You're the priest. So, yes, there's a knock
Emu.
at the-
Who was with Emu?
Is it Rod Hull?
Rod Hull.
Yeah.
Rod Hull. In the
Yeah.
pink windmill.
Yeah.
Oh god, I'm
Definitely
sure.
aware.
I mean, to be fair, I got Rod Hull
Definitely
before
aware.
you said it, so I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
You got to get the right hull.
So, yeah, there's something at the door.
I
Fleabite.
look around, panic stricken.
Fleabite, there's clearly someone trying to open the door.
Temptation to silent image door behind the door.
That
When it
actually
opens.
is quite funny. I like that.
The problem is the
I
door
think
is
it'd be
like
effective. I think it'd be great.
door's like 15 feet wide though. That's the only downside to that, but it is funny.
Smaller door. Wow, who knew?
Oh dear.
I think Fleabite will just sort of point at the door and be like, "Someone at entry."
You can feel like them trying to open the doors to get in as well.
But if well, no, obviously we don't expect it.
Can Fleabite sort of mage hand just try and push or pull to whatever it is to mildly obstruct, mildly that word, prevent them from making it slightly harder to open the door.
Should we maybe try and figure out who it is?
Well, that gives us more time.
To do what?
Figure out what to do.
More thumping
there?
at the door, and they're getting
Hello?
Gembout looks somewhat unsure of itself. What to do because it's lying. Obviously, its body weight is probably the only thing stopping the doors opening at the moment.
No, it's all Fleabite's mage hand.
Sure. Yep. I think you get like both hands on the door, and then your third like mage hand above you or something, just as you're all like pressing up against it. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you can give me an athletics roll to see how well you are actually contributing to this.
In another universe, it's going great.
Yeah, that alternate reality Fleabite's doing alright. But yeah, like the door is definitely going to open one way or the other, so you have a choice of being there as it slowly slid open, or you can move away and let it open.
We're not decent.
I mean, it's not a bad shot. It's like, someone's in here!
Geppetto.
I mean, I genuinely think like just shout who's there.
Yeah, Fleabite will go for it. Fleabite will just... Who try? Come entry!
And you hear more in your mind than anything else, Fleabite. Stand aside.
Not fair. I have to be able to see people to talk to them. You shouldn't have area effect telepathy.
Shouldn't, you're right.
Then... again, it's not really Fleabite that's actually stopping it. So maybe Fleabite will tap to Gembite just to get it to come back, and probably will look to Vanger and Keldrath and hand over daggers and things.
Yeah, I think just looking in confusion.
Remember, you all heard, psychically.
We all heard that.
Yep.
Right? Sorry, that did.
Yep. Well, I'm going to put you into an agency moment here. Do you want the likely candidate on the other side of the door to see Gembite?
I don't know that we have much chance of hiding a dragon right now, do you?
Just get a big rug.
I mean, realistically, could run for the balcony. Right?
And then go where?
It can climb. It's climbed before.
Sure, but then it's a big dragon on the side of a building.
And if he's able to sense my presence on the other side, or
You spoke to
sense
him.
presence... Sorry?
You spoke to him through the door. It's not that hard a sell to be like, you're on the other side of the door, clearly. The fact that you're holding it shut is impressive.
I just worry that he already knows and has sensed, possibly even communed with Gembite.
Okay.
My thoughts on that line is, I suspect he also seen it through Batuv's eyes.
Mhm.
That
Agreed.
would be my
Okay,
suspicion.
I think he started heading here as soon as that happened.
So
I'm definitely not saying that there was hash marks for how long it took you to do things at all. I definitely didn't mark those down on my sheet while you were doing stuff. Yep. Definitely wasn't a countdown at
what
all.
I would suggest and like to suggest in game is that Fleavite and Vanger go with Gembite to the balcony as a quick means of escape. Maybe not out onto the balcony, but just ready to go if they've got to, because they're not going to be any use in a fight at the moment.
How many of those memory crystals have you got?
Who?
You.
Are you going to try eat them? See if you become a dragon?
No, but it's just if we need to, can we just broid up Gembite?
I mean, probably.
It's gonna
That
be vibes of
again wasn't my game plan that I was going to.
Although, if they are somewhat magic-y, right? I mean, they seem to be more psionic, but that definitely seemed like it could have been magic, what you did with the Tenphf, right? Definitely read magic or potential magic to me. I maybe we could just feed him Tenphf.
Oh, that's coming. That's definitely coming.
I mean, ideally, that's the sort of thing I'm trying to avoid. But
remember the lesson that Fleabite had to teach you about attacking first? I think we're nearly there.
Yeah.
I won't be doing any attacking, but or head back.
Here's my interesting 2 cents to throw into that, right? So, if you're worried about what Gembite, not Fleabite, Gembite consumes, you really want to feed it an illithid?
I know, that's what I was thinking.
I don't think it's going to get infected with an illithid because
I wasn't worried about that. Yeah.
Or
a
just
sudden
getting
increase in power.
too
Mm.
big, too much, too young, too fast. Like who was that? Skid Row.
Sure.
I often refer to this song and never remember who it's by. Natalie, you're in the chat. Find out. I don't know why I'm asking you. I'm sorry. Chris, you're old. Sorry.
Oh,
Wow.
See, I've got this down as being
Caldrath,
ska band
just
or
stun him. It's fine. Just like you're in the best physical condition.
I'm pretty much defenseless at the moment. No,
the Specials.
The Specials, right? Okay. But
They
these
done
are.
something
Too
along
much
those
too
lines.
young. The Specials. That's right. Yeah.
I feel like these are just trying to buy time here.
I would never do that, right?
Why would we have not yielded the floor, sir?
That's a scandalous accusation.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Who would make such?
Airborne. Too much, too young, too fast. So there you go.
Mhm.
Wait, no, it can't be. That's from 2007. That's not the one I'm thinking. What are you talking about? That's not right. That makes no sense.
Those doors are
What the
getting
fuck?
opened second by
Okay,
second.
I hide. Who are you bribing? No, I don't hide. I suppose I'd step back and look worriedly at the one person who might actually stand a chance in a fight right now. The dragon. Caldrath.
Yeah, the
You're right.
dragon.
I don't fancy taking on what could be behind there with him if he does have control of some of the.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no, that's fair.
But can
I
they
think he
walk the
knows
wall?
about the dragon. I think we've just got to stand our ground and hope.
Mm. Okay. So Fleabite and Gembite at the door. He's going to be there when the door is
Tenba,
open.
his eyes wide open.
Yes, indeed. No, it's Gembite. The door is closed shut. Tenth, his mind open.
Then yeah, maybe Fleabite will sort of.
What is your speed currently?
Currently, it's 15.
Right.
It's 35 divided by 2. If could that shenanigans to bonus action dash?
I mean, like, if you wanted to try and like get 30 feet away from the door, yeah, because they are further than 30 feet away from the door. Like,
then
you're
yeah.
at the door, and the Vanguard's about 50 feet from it.
Then yeah, I'll try and lead Genbite to the others
Okay.
as
And
close as I guess.
how do you do that?
With those straps that.
Okay, yeah. And just like kind of tug on them.
Yeah, and we'll see. Quick move, follow Genbite.
And you want to just move next to like, or as close to Vanguard and whatnot you can get. So you're going to like move 30 feet basically.
Yeah, I guess if technically could action and bonus action dash.
If you wanted to. If you want to move 45.
If that just gets us as close as.
Yeah, that's
possible.
fine. I'll move you. So yeah, we can get to like
Was this why you were looking for?
yeah, 100%. Move you guys there, and then we'll move to the map, shall we?
Oh joy!
We could have had a surprise attack, I guess, but I don't think that would have happened. Ooh.
Let it load.
That's funny. I definitely pictured the fire pit like against a wall.
No, it was definitely in the center of the room at all times. But obviously,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
map
yeah.
is not what I wanted. I just no longer
Yeah,
have
it's
the one
not
I
a
wanted.
perfect replica.
So
That is weird. Yeah,
yeah,
because it's not that long ago you used it.
strange. Well, I've never actually like I've never
No, I don't.
I've never had an actual like top-down tactical map. I've shown you like the splash art for this place.
Wow,
That's what you're thinking
The
of.
human memory is
Yeah.
so fallible. I genuinely had the top-down tactical map in my head of what it looked like.
Well,
That
if you find
evidently
it,
did not exist.
if you find it, can you give me
Just download that from.
Colin's
exists
brain?
purely in my flawed memory.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So these are the doors in, right? This is the door in, right? For lack of a better whatever. And if you need to know where other things are, please let me know, and I will probably just decide where they are.
Balcony.
Yeah, we'll just say the balcony is, I guess, like this way. Like we can assume like the water doesn't exist here, or maybe the water does just flow down out of the balcony, right?
That's cool.
That is cool. So this area can be that nice long windowed area. There will be beds in here somewhere. They are not on this map, but there will be beds.
Sleeping in a tree.
And then if you scroll down, like there's the table and stuff set up, and a lot of lush. It's a nice map, to be fair. But
the food on the the like side tables like that.
Yeah, like it's good. As I said, it's just not the map I wanted for this, but it's not bad in a pinch. So yeah, the doors open. They're arms wide. Just for Alexander. And everybody else that really enjoyed TNG. And in walks some familiar faces.
Well.
And Tenphf takes a couple of steps forward and gestures to everyone else. I see you've found your companion.
Yes, and he brought a friend.
So it seems. I assume you're here to turn over that creature to me.
Fleabite draws knives.
Yeah? You wanna? Roll art.
I'm not attacking, but...
Roll art!
I don't think so. Why would you want him?
That creature poses a threat to Barris. Surely you can see that.
For the short time we've been getting to know him, he hasn't been of any threat at all. He's quite placid animal, in fact.
So you've been harbouring this creature?
No, we were looking for Fleabite, and when we found them, he hasn't caused us any problems. It's been a short while, but harbouring, you make it sound like it's been weeks that we've not even been here for weeks.
Also, Fleabite, did you actually take 4 damage?
Of course. Great voice in the sky commanded.
You thought about cycles and got psychic damage. Yeah. So you can.
I'm sure that's worth an inspiration.
What, for me? Thank you. I'll give it to Tenphf. So yeah, I am ever so disappointed in my guests. And then he just motions with like his head, and they start moving in.
I'm going to say something very stupid. Should I do it?
Always.
In this situation, yes.
You're going to be more disappointed when you try and, do the tadpole thing.
He like cocks his head to the side, as if not obviously sure what you're talking about.
Well, if the GIF haven't misled me terribly, that's how you create more, right?
Nope, can't move there, buddy.
I moved there first.
Nope, not according to my screen.
Quick, click. What does the stream say?
It honestly looked simultaneous. Yeah,
You've
it's
lost
just,
both spots now. So I'll move that one.
I don't think that's going to work anymore.
So yeah, Gembite looks somewhat distressed by this.
Gembite looks distressed. Fleabite is spitting.
And they are trying to take Genbite away.
I think quick look at Vanger before
Can I
they
ice
start
the grave
swinging.
of Robot?
Can you what, sorry?
Can I not ice the grave? Can I path to the grave a robot? It doesn't say anything
I don't know.
about
Like,
what
find
I
out.
can path to the grave.
Pop it
I
in.
can path to the grave a robot.
Pop it in. We'll see. Yep, the answer is
Right?
it doesn't say. Let's see.
Creature's life.
I don't think it says there's nothing that says it's like exclusionary. Let me bring up the.
Listen, that's exactly what I was going for. Trying to throw him off balance.
2 seconds. What, me off balance?
No, the Tenphf. I was saying to Siren there.
Right.
He knows he's at a disadvantage, right? Like, he's not naturally a fighty kind of man, but he's not gonna not get an edge on an enemy that he thinks is gonna attack.
There is nothing I can see on its sheet that would make it
I
not
love
be
the
affected.
path to
Yeah.
the grave. Yeah, this is great.
Life force. I mean, I probably should pay more attention to creature's life force, right? But it does say as an action, choose a creature. This counts as
Yeah.
Yeah.
like a creature, right? Unless constructs and creatures are different.
Yeah, I feel like that is the best way to look at it. It's just creature is the important. And
Yeah.
I thought like
It's
everything.
not
is
like
also
life
object.
force is a well-defined like game term.
Yeah,
right?
no, it's not. And like technically, it's the as an actions really where the text starts. To be honest, the preamble isn't really the.
Yeah,
Initial?
that's more flavor.
No, I think it's fine. Like that's completely fine, as far as I'm concerned.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I might not do it right this second, obviously,
Yeah.
but I think it's coming.
No, I'm okay with that. It's dumb, but I'm okay with it.
If it Fleabite, are you literally just going to start swinging?
Like if they touch him,
I mean, they are. They're already touching him.
Okay.
like I feel like you've got another like second or few to
Okay.
try and hit him with something else. But
Fuck it. Can I just point at that one and then roll initiative?
unless you want to player agency and have a better idea. Because right now I don't see one.
I have no good ideas. I'm sorry. I can't fight, but I can point at someone and make them hurt more when other people do it.
So, Vanger, if you're going to point,
Yep.
let me know, because it will be an
I,
initiative call. Yeah.
Fuck it. I'm
Right,
pointing
so
at
give me a
this fucker.
second. Right, so we'll hold off on you just now. We'll bring
So
up
sorry.
this wonderful tool, and then I guess it
Carnival
kicks
is nice in
off.
that one.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? It actually does look all right. Well, you know the drill.
Oh. So, Kirith, ready to carry us?
You're just going to have a sore back.
I'll just start rolling now, shall I? Well, that's a good start.
Oh my god!
Well done, us.
I'm not even armed! This is such a bad idea.
Is initiative an ability check?
Yes, it is.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I have advantage and disadvantage, so it just goes to normal.
So it'll be normal, yeah. We'll give you advantage to it.
Blade of the first people.
Oh, nice.
And I'm lost. Where are we? I can find it again.
So it's
Initiative.
It's at that. You only need to describe it. It's near, like, you're above your health in the middle, next to your AC.
Initiative.
You never clicked your token, buddy. To have your token highlighted to do it. Yeah.
I really need to get more windows.
I'm
Token.
gonna do
Yeah, we should protect.
that. So we'll add that in. The two have got 7. Doing well.
bar.
It is, in fact, literally one bar.
Mhm. Oh wait, phew. I just assumed that was.
Were you very worried there? And
I assume it's still to happen. Okay.
Not bad, not bad. Right? Is that everything? I think that's everything, isn't it? It doesn't look too horrendous on the turn tracker. Like, I don't like the fact that, like, when it highlights, it's kind of horrible. Like the whose turn is it anyway, the green, it doesn't show up the numbers that well, but yeah.
So yeah, that's not so great.
No.
Yeah. And if I do this though, it's everybody guard your eyes for the stream. Oh god. I just don't like it now. I'm too used to dark mode. We'll just suffer. Okay.
Okay.
So,
I honestly don't mind either.
first turn, Gembite's going to dodge because what else is it going to do? Keldrath, you're up.
First of all, I'm going to take the 2 crystals. I know this is probably a mistake, but I'm going to take the 2 crystals that I've got, and I'm going to throw them to Gembite. And I'm going to shout to him in Draconian, feed on these and then help us defend.
Okay, yeah. Can you give me like a...
Dex?
It's technically throwing.
What is
Throwing comes under
throwing?
strength.
Strength?
Yeah.
That's kind of mad, because precision
is.
isn't strength.
It is dumb.
It's just distance.
Do a dex. Just do
he
a
has-
dex roll. So, just do a dex roll for me, and then we'll have that be it. That's a save. I just need a dex roll. So on further to the left, your dex will be there. You can click on that name.
Darts have finesse. That was the only thing I could think of that was very similar.
Yeah, it's also just because he's a monk, so I don't mind being a bit more loose with the throwing rules for a monk. Do you know what I mean? That feels appropriate. But yeah, so you throw the things you've spoke to, obviously. Gembite, because it happens at the same time, Gembite doesn't necessarily react. It's instinctively moving out of the way of all these, like, you know, I guess soldiers. Since it's the soldier model that we discussed previously. For everybody's benefit. Look how happy they look. So yeah, they like clink just behind Gembite. But it does mean like maybe next turn can I act. What I'll do is I'll put on a wee marker on the actual map, so we've got, let's see, crystal. What do we get for that? Let's see if we've got something we can down. The first thing that comes up when I searched for that in my assets page, by the way, is this little thing. I love it. It's like a Futurama thing, isn't it? Like the Slurm Queen or something.
Oh my.
Makes me think of Famir, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, the eye especially, yeah.
That's so strange. So strange. Is this going to work? Is this going to be obnoxious? No, that's fine. So there's my...
Oh, you know where the design of the Famir comes from?
The Skeksis?
Well, there's actually an interesting source. So the Famir are derived from, what is it, the Fomorians? From Irish folklore.
Oh, right, okay.
There's a book, Irish Folk and Fairy Tales, by Michael Scott from the 80s, and I have the first couple of volumes, and it's an illustration of a Fomorian in the back of the second one that looks a fucking lot like a Famir. So I'm pretty certain, I don't have like an official confirmation of that, but I'm pretty certain that's where it came from. Have a Google, it's really similar.
So,
sorry.
Keldrath, anything else you want to do? So you've got movement left pretty much.
My action?
Yep.
Movement, yeah, basically.
No, you've got movement,
so,
but your action's done.
So slowly, I am going to and again.
Obviously, if this map grows legs, you need to remind me so I can move it for the stream.
I'm going to move
Darude Sandstorm? That's what I felt like, yeah.
slightly forward. I'm trying to do the arrow thing because I'm never very good at this.
It's okay.
I'm going to... No, pick me up. How do I do the arrow thing?
If you've picked yourself up, you can hold yourself with left click and then just right click as a marker, and then as long as you're still holding left click, it should let you.
Yeah, that's probably where I'm going wrong. I'm trying to use that. If I try and use this...
Where would you like to go?
I just want to go a couple of steps closer to Tenphf.
So you could stand
Just to
above Fleabite without getting an attack of opportunity so far as you can tell. But these things do have halberds.
Yeah, so that's exactly it then. So I would like to just basically... No, that's
But-
not working.
So you could disengage.
No, I don't want to do anything too drastic. I just want to make sure that Tenphf knows that we're there to defend ourselves.
Mhm,
So they haven't really...
As I said, the most you can do is you can get to the square above Fleabite,
There.
without invoking any like attacks fortune or anything like that. Yeah.
Mhm. So, yes,
Yep.
I would like to move to there.
You are definitely
Just
like
because
being
it
like
knows that we're
observed
blocking
by everything around. Like these things are wary enough that you seem, to have shifted. Wise. Yep, and then that you, bud.
You
That's me,
could
well-
use bonus actions shenanigans. You could take the dodge action as a bonus action if you spent one key, which might be unnecessary at this point, but I don't know.
Can I take that if they attack? Because at
No.
the present time, nobody has attacked.
The way it works
So I
is
can't do...
so the reason why we've rolled initiative is because you've made hostile actions.
Oh, sorry, wrong
Right,
one.
it's okay. But that means you're in a hostile moment. So there's no point holding back ultimately when you've done initiative. Right? You can attempt to de-escalate, but when you attempt something hostile that's observed, that's when we roll initiative to see the timing of everybody's reactions. And it just so happens that Gembite was the first to react to like, what the fuck's going on? You were like, by the way, eat these, tosses them over. And then you've moved forward. And this is while Vanger's hoping to raise his finger and curse one of these things. So just to give you a bit of context to these things, nothing here looks friendly as such. But nothing has attacked yet.
But
Until Fleabite's turn.
Yeah. Very likely the next thing to happen will be one of your allies makes an attack.
So if you take the dodge action now, what it means is all incoming attacks have disadvantage on you.
And since you have a high AC, that's very useful. Because we need you to stay alive. It's
So
just
this will be under invasion. Evasion, not invasion.
Nope.
Evasion.
It's not evasion. This is just a thing you can do. So remember there was the quick cheat sheet thing that existed?
Mm-hmm.
Under actions, you can use a thing called the dodge action, and they can do this. But for you can spend key to make a bonus action, because you're a monk, and monks are better than regulars, folks. But dodging says, until the start of your next turn, any attack roll made against you has disadvantage if you can see the attacker, and you make dexterity saving throws with advantage. So you get to do that as a bonus action, which is currently the economy left to you besides a couple of bits of movement. But
Then yes, I am now 1 key point down.
okay,
It's just because a lot of your other stuff is dependent on you taking the attack action. You
Yeah.
could then use bonus stuff, but since you haven't, that's sort of what you're left with. And it's still a good option.
okay, I'm gonna give you. What one's the dodge on the green set? Do we know? Is there a dodge for the green set?
I think we found it was a weird one.
Yeah. Dodging, it's the shield. There we go. I'll put that on you for now. Because I quite like the little blurry, wavy line one, which is called Haze. But that's in the generic set. This one's in the kind of like this more 5e specific one. No, don't kill yourself.
No.
Let me do that part, okay?
I thought that was the exit button.
Yep.
No.
I know I've done that before myself, where I originally thought I was the exit button. The amount of people I killed early on. No, so it's there. A little green shield. That is hand till the start of your next turn, I believe. Right. Fleabite. Surprise me.
So it's probably good that they got to us.
Sleep
'cause,
well,
like,
Siren.
Good night. Take care.
Tune in next week for their new characters.
Yes.
Potentially.
Because Fleabite does have 3 levels of exhaustion, which is pretty hard to fight with.
Also, there's inspiration for whoever needs it. Fleabite.
Thank you. So Fleabite's attacks are at disadvantage.
Yeah. So it's like disadvantage on ability checks, then speed's halved, and then the third one is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws.
So the saving throws. No, never mind. That's not how this works at all.
Okay, don't worry.
So my AC is unchanged.
Correct. Also, thank you. Look at her trying to break me. Sleep well, Siren. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Such generous.
Okay. So I feel I'm kind of on a either try and like tank and let Keldrath do the hits, or try and get some hits in early.
I wonder if it might be advantageous to try and like throw out spell shit and try and make them do saves. I'm sure they'll probably be quite good at them, but at least that'll be on them rather than on you to roll. Am I still under the effect of the spells will kill me thing?
Yeah.
Aren't I?
Not kill
Yeah.
you, just you'll take.
I mean, potentially they could kill me.
Yeah. I think it's the
But
spell's level in D10s, I think, was it?
So if I were to do a level 9 inflict wounds, that would be extremely painful.
Go get the exact bit from Wish again for you, and I'll paste it.
I've opened it up.
Perfect.
I remember what it does. I just couldn't remember if I was still under its effect. I thought I was, but I wanted to check just in case I was acting like a complete buffoon when I could be casting spells.
But your channel divinity wouldn't count for that.
No, it would not. No.
No, because it's not a spell. Let's see. 30% chance. Where is it? So, time until you finish a long rest. Yeah, you didn't do that. That's fine. Yeah. So it is. It's 1d10 per level, and it's necrotic damage. Okay. And is it your strength score is buggered as well?
It is. It's still a 3.
Yeah.
And you don't have a staff.
Or your armor on. So yeah.
I do not. No,
Yeah.
I am basically completely defenseless.
Okay.
Okay,
Fleabite.
well then I think Fleabite.
We're gonna have to carry this as well, to be honest, Fleabite. Yep. Good luck.
So I'm just thinking, should Fleabite just make sure he doesn't get downed before Vanger's first go? Like, should I do a defensive action or an offensive action for the first one? Is doing that second offensive action maybe the more important? And the bell tolls for.
Yeah.
So I think. I just don't want them to have the first attack because I feel like we need to kind of press.
Agree.
Um,
But I mean, it's not like we can't save this. Like, it's not like it won't take effect next turn. If it's maybe not the most efficient way to do it, but it'll still be there. If you think getting an attack in early is more advantageous. than
Remember,
using-
nothing about your condition makes you take more damage.
Well,
His condition, I'm talking, not yours.
okay. Yeah, I was going to say I have no fucking armor.
Then, yeah, because I also want to draw aggro, and by not attacking, I feel like that's not so useful.
Yeah, it doesn't, yeah.
So I guess all
Stop
attacking.
stop trying to talk your way through the time that we
Yeah.
have. Okay.
So I can get another week of getting
Yeah.
triumph points. Then I will take my action of casting Mirror Edge.
Okay. Oh, that's one of those ones you need sunglasses for when you've been looking at it in dark mode, isn't it? It's so weird that some of that text just hasn't been changed over. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, pip yourself with mirror image then. I'll add it into the tracker.
Was that we going with one? It wasn't that one. It was like that one, wasn't it?
It was in the green pile. We actually have one. The green pile. Second last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
So in older editions, you would have got free attacks on you.
mm,
Aren't we glad that
but
changed?
I guess that, and is that not like there is a feat that lets you do that, isn't there?
Honestly, Warcaster lets you do it as like a cantrip. You can do your attacks for opportunity, but there is Mage Slayer, I want to say.
Mage Hunter, Mage Slayer, something
Mage
like
Slayer,
that.
and I think that's the one that lets you have a go at them if you see them casting.
Sounds about right.
I counterspell with my fist.
I'm guessing these are mediums.
What, these creatures?
Mhm.
That's a good question. Yes.
Slayers, it's one of those really flavourful things that just but why would I take it over the things that are objectively better?
Yeah, you can tell it was this is almost a career option. It should just have been a background, let's face it.
Yeah.
Then I will disengage as a bonus action.
Okay. So you're using that through your cunning action ability. Oh, nimble escape instead. Okay.
Just because
And you've got options.
Slightly more. And move. How do they change the icon of the move one?
Yeah, it's no longer the comb in the circle, it's now just a comb.
Like here, I think I can do. I can't move through them, correct?
So that means you can't do diagonals through them.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, because you'd be squeezing through their square.
But was I doing diagonals? No, I'm not doing diagonals through them.
You are. So that's
That's a diagonal.
That is a diagonal through them. Because that intersection, you are wider than that intersection.
I could get here. Which I might have to do. And it's closer to the tree. Which...
Surely you mean the bush, right?
And that's probably all the shenanigans I can do.
At your turn.
Yep.
Okay, so the swarm of rats scampers the other side of the dragon. I should probably pip these as well, so I remember. Batuv doesn't know what to do, thus he is dodging. Just looks worried. He's all here in your mind. Must we turn to hostilities. Yeah, I don't want to reply to him. I'd say that Keldrath probably can't because he's already spoken. Flyby and Vanguard could because they haven't.
I am after him, but Bait's just gone, so that would also make sense.
Yeah, I'm not fussed either way.
Sure how to respond to that.
I know.
Right, barge in, demand our dragon.
Must you charge into our reality? Fleabite might just say, we have seen of your kind dead, and do not make us see another.
He just looks at you through like the leg gap
under
as you're like looking under.
I figured that might, he would know if if any of his newer friends are dead, and if that's not true, then
Just shakes his head a little. And he gets his measuring tool out. Yeah. Yeah. So he takes a step forward to about there. And then just closes his eyes for a second, almost shaking his head. And does this. So that's everybody.
Wow.
Can I get your intelligence saving throws, folks?
I may have some thoughts.
You might have some more thoughts in a second from this.
And my thoughts are... Give inspiration, please.
You can have it.
it's funny.
Oh,
Were you thinking the same thing?
Okay.
You know how I always forget where saving throws are for so. Oh no, I found it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not hard to find, and yet I always lose it.
Actually, I'm wondering maybe Fleabite won't.
Oh no! Wait,
Okay.
no, it's DC's at 15. I managed to think it was 22 because there's a 22
Yeah.
damage. But I'm glad that I used the
Yes.
advantage.
Did the one Siren gave get used? I don't think so.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Oh, she gave it a floating inspiration.
Yep,
I thought
yep.
she just gave it a cheer. That was sweet of her.
Okay. So I guess Keldrath, do you want to use that one for yours, or are you happy just to give your save a go regardless?
Yeah.
Okay. So toggle advantage if you're going to use Siren's inspiration, and then give me an intelligence save this time. So it is in that column that you took your dex from.
Oh no.
Okay, that's fine. And then, Fleabite, what are you doing? Disadvantage roll, or are we doing a normal?
I know,
roll?
like, what do we think? Is it better to be disadvantage or normal? Because probably going to fail, and maybe we should save triumph for other.
It depends how many triumph you're willing to spend. Which I guess would probably be some.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to make the exact same save on my turn anyway, so it's just the chance of negating that. So I will use it.
Okay. Hey, it's worth a chance, right? So, I'm gonna roll the damage. +9, +4, sorry. +4. Okay, spell. Pancake damage. So it's 48 plus 4. There we go. One shy of the average. It's not bad. Right, so each creature in the area must succeed on a DC 15 intelligence saving throw, or take damage and be stunned for that 1 minute. So, Vanger, you made the save, which is excellent. It's not even half damage, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. I hope we can't. Oh, recharge 5/6. Oh god, we could have that back.
Yeah. Right, I need to do everybody else's saves. So, what was this again? This was a intelligence save. Of course, Gembite doesn't have that. Here's hoping. Well, yep, it tried. Okay, so can do.
God, if I'd gone before this, I could have. Damn.
Right, so
I'm still gonna do it. I know exactly what I'm gonna do.
what's the stunned one looking like again? What does that look like?
You've been shot in the heart.
Oh,
Like Bon Jovi.
that didn't actually help. Somehow.
I don't remember.
So the stunned one is that. There we go.
Hmm.
Which does mean you can't be dodging. So Keldrath, you are also this. And you also failed. You took your damage and it popped you on stunned. Okay, so stunned, just for those. Where does it live? You are incapacitated, can't move, and can speak only falteringly. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and you ultimately fail dex and strength saving throws. Right? Where is it? Where is the other one? Dodge. You lose this benefit if you're incapacitated or speed drops to 0, was why you lose dodge because of that. Because stun makes you incapacitated.
Yeah.
And incapacitated means you can't take actions or reactions.
Yeah.
Because I was like, stunned doesn't say you can't attack, but it does because
I need
incapacitated.
to do 2 seconds to move this out of the way. Right, so let's see, I'll just do it manually. So where's the other bloody numbers? There we go. No, come on, Betuv. You were intelligent.
God damn it.
Yeah, I know.
But I can actually help.
It's okay, yeah. Okay. And can you guess what don't give a fuck about that?
Yeah, them.
Yeah.
Because
The
they got
robots.
minds.
Yeah.
It's an interesting little bit of synergy, to be fair.
It's alright, isn't it? This is this one wargamer that turns up with that horrible overlap at a game table. Because it's not fair. Right, so can I do anything else on my turn? In fact, also, folks, I may as well add into the turn tracker your stuns, right? Let's see. How many of these can I add in? Can I add in the same label twice? No. Right, okay, so let me delete that one off. Did that go away? Is this so I can see it a bit better? Okay, so that didn't leave, so get rid of that. There we go. Cool. So I need to put in. We're all getting cool stun names. So where are we here? So stun, and then we're doing Fleabite, you made? No, you did not make it.
I think Fleabite will do that.
Does that count as an attack?
I was going to try it. Is it an attack?
No, I'd say so, right? Like it is. Does damage, right? I don't see how it wouldn't be. Okay, Dawn sees you with an attack. Sure. Yeah, it's fine. You take 10,
so,
right?
Yeah.
Any more requires me having to think more about that,
Mhm.
and I don't really want to do that right now. So, did that get added in? Did that not get added in? It did get added in. It's hard to see this shit. It's also 10, and then. No, you can't use that. You take the full. Because you can't take a reaction as soon as you're hit with this. You're incapacitated. Make sense? You did literally say the word you can't take.
I did as well.
Yep. Right, G stun for Genbite. And then Tenphf. B stun.
Bugger.
No, Genbite was one off it as well. Where is Tenphf? There it is. That's a 10, and then G stun was a 10.
I know it's too late now, but could I have used this?
No, it's
No.
in
Dex.
save not Dex.
Okay.
But it's worth looking because like monks might have something like that. I have a weird memory of some sort of monk.
I think from what I read of that though, that doesn't apply here, but feel free to obviously peruse. But keep in mind if you are hit with, then you can do, then you can't because you have you're stunned when you're hit. So
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. That doesn't work either.
Yep.
Yeah, it's charmed or frightened. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. So I think that's everybody who is stunned, right? Like I haven't missed anyone housekeeping wise on
Everyone
the
but
yeah.
Fliapatine.
So like the dragons get G stun, Kelras get K stun, Slima has F stun. Everything has a 10 next to it as well because it's a minute long unless you save early. Right, okay, cool. I just want to make sure the tracker is there because I don't want to fucking track all this myself. Okie dokie. So that happens. And obviously, Vanger, you witness this, being like, oh. You obviously feel the waves of this pass over you as you shrug it off. Probably feels pretty good being able to shrug that off given what you went through, right? It maybe makes you feel a bit more robust than you maybe considered yourself. And then, in the wake of that, Tenphf just looks to you, since you're the one without, glassy eyes, and says, well, and that ends his turn. And weirdly, it's your turn.
It is indeed.
Nicely narratively done.
I'm just going to lock eyes with them and start muttering a prayer in Dwarven.
Cool.
And
okay.
cast Aura of Purity.
Oh ho. Okay. What does this do? Talk us through it.
So, purifying energy radiates from you in an aura with a 30-foot radius. Until the spell ends, which is concentration and it's up to 10 minutes, each non-hostile creature in the area, including you, can't become diseased, has resistance to poison damage, and has advantage on saving throws against effects that cause any of the following conditions: blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, and stunned. So, the reason I wanted to do this, even though we could earn it with our floating points or whatever, that's all non-hostiles. So non-hostile, non-hostile.
Mhm.
So it's not just us using our triumph points to cash in. It's
Mhm.
all friendlies, or rather all not friendlies in the area. So the dragon potentially benefits from this, the Tenphf potentially benefits from this, and you guys and I will benefit from this.
Leave it. Why
If he
don't
tries
you
to do it
adjust your
again,
tokens?
or to save for it next turn.
You gotta
And
put on
now-
stunned.
I take 4d10 damage.
Yes, you do. I'm gonna let you roll that, bud.
It's 31.
Oh,
It's not great.
that
it's not what
9
I
and
would
that
have wanted.
10. Oof. Yeah.
It's suboptimal. I'll be honest with you,
Mhm.
Ryan. It's suboptimal. But you know what? I've had worse. So that puts me
Yeah.
what, 24.
Give me 2 seconds to read the very finite details of Wish. Each time you cast a spell until you finish a long rest, you take per level that spell. Then coverage of play away. Okay, I'm not going to make you roll a concentration save immediately. To that, I'm going to let you pass that one, because that would be rough.
Yeah, it doesn't say
It's-
whether or not, I would assume, because it's when you cast the spell, like casting the
Mm.
spell surely shouldn't be able to
It's,
nullify itself.
as I said,
but
but obviously it's a unique condition, right?
yeah.
You're meant to be fucked up. So I'm not going to do it this particular time, but obviously each source of damage will obviously incur this. Let me add this to the tracker. So it's Aura of P.
Aura of P. Aura of Purity.
And it is, what are we looking at? 10 minutes, so 100 rounds. The reason it's on the tracker is in case it gets knocked off. And that is, what was the radius again?
30. So
30
every
radius. 2 seconds. I'll just adjust your token. Pick a colour that feels appropriate.
A sort of yellow for P, for Purity.
Weirdly,
You know, sort
weirdly
of a
it's the one.
holy yellow.
It's the default. Anyway, so there you go.
Hey.
There you go.
It's a holy light, you see.
Blah. Yeah, I like it. It's good. It probably makes you spit up blood right enough. Or like maybe instead of blood, black ooze or something horrific to do with necrotic damage. Yeah.
I think spitting up some really nasty
Mm.
black blood would probably be quite suitable for that, because that suggests it's deep blood,
Mhm.
internal bleeding. It's not a pleasant or encouraging sign.
I also just love that the aura of purity stops just short of 10th.
Of him,
It's so good visually.
Because it's like purifying energy radiate, so it will be visible to him that
Mhm.
right in front of him there is a big aura of something. Like
This is the
I'm
Gandalf
sure you probably
Balrog
know
visual
exactly what
almost.
it is, because everyone knows what magic spells are in this setting. But it's still like, it's nice to be able to do a little bit of a display, like
Mhm.
show like, look, actually
That's good.
we're not completely defenseless.
I like that also at the cost that it is to you in this moment. That's pretty good. High drama.
Yeah,
I like it.
it is. It's nice, some nice drama.
Yeah.
That is my turn. There is nothing more I can really do here. I could try and move, but fuck that.
Where was the details? So it's a creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success. Okay, cool. So keep that in mind, folks. That at the end of turns, you can have a chance to do such things. Right. In that case, if that is you,
It is. Yet it is. Yes, it is.
okay, no, that's good. It's very good. I like it. Ah. Shall we begin?
God.
Yep. The one right in front of you.
He's gonna punch me.
Nope. It turns from you and looks back at the stunned dragon. And does this.
Ooh.
Yep. And these are all at advantage.
Oh.
So I'll just do them in a row, right? Okay, so that is only 2 hits, believe it or not.
Okay.
So hit 1, and then 2. 2 seconds. Yep, so not great, not a great place to be, but does mean bam. That thing like just starts venting some kind of like possible steam.
Okay.
After it's just went, like its halberd has become blender-like for its 4 attacks. Can you guess what the one next to it, above Fleabite's
Is it
gonna
the
do?
same?
Yeah, it is. Bip. And then... Okay, another 2 attacks.
Jesus.
So what's that total? 18. Okay. Yep.
On the plus side, I'm guessing a dragon, even a fairly young one, probably has more hit points than an average PC.
I'll let you know when it's blooded.
Okay.
Yeah. Then the one next to Keldrath. I'm sure we all know what's coming. Okay. I'm getting good at these 2 hits, apparently. Yep, so what's
Please.
that? 30? Oof. Let me double check. Should probably be able to do that maths in my head, but I actually can't. So. Okay. And the last one. Sure, we're all shocked by this. Another 2.
Well, that is the average.
It definitely is. Yep.
Yeah, 16 attacks, 8 hits, 2 crits.
Yeah, it's not bad going.
It didn't crit fail, but it did crit succeed twice.
What's that? 22. It's now blooded.
Damn.
Yeah. So, probably don't want them to be able to do that again.
Nope.
Luckily, though, they all seem to be busy trying to like reconfigure themselves. Yep, it's now Gembite's turn. Gembite looks a lot worse for wear. It does not look good at all. And the only thing it can do is
no.
attempt its saving throw.
Come on.
Um,
Advantage.
indeed.
I did not sacrifice myself for nothing.
Is there anything that's making this worse? Let me see. So what are all the things? So it had stunned, which meant it was only disadvantage on... What was it? So stunned is...
Strength and dex.
No, it automatically
fail, you're right.
Right, but incapacitated, where's that one? And that is...
It's just actions and reactions.
Okay, cool. So we're good. It is actually advantage.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. Cool.
Because it's not an action, it's just the thing that happens at the end of the turn.
I would hope that stunned wouldn't give disadvantage on trying not to be stunned.
I could believe it though.
Build it though.
Oh
Yep.
God.
Aye. Did you think Gembite was smart at this point? I mean, It's trying, but its G-stun is still in effect.
I think I'm gonna have. Oh god.
It's okay. Heldrath, would you like to give me your saving throw, please? You have advantage from the aura.
From Vanguard.
Yes, yes. Look at that. Nice. Okay, you can unpip that red token from you, but that is your turn, sadly.
Yeah.
Okay. Levi, aren't you glad that mirror image isn't concentration?
I mean, that's always been such a good part of it.
It is great, to be fair.
Yeah, I guess that just makes it normal. I don't think I have really an answer to this.
You can always roll high.
Yeah, this is just one that I don't have on proficiency, so I can't use psychic stuff.
And it's free action to use your psychic stuff as well, isn't it? Or is it not?
I don't think it comments on action. It's just when you roll with proficiency.
That's what I mean, so if it's free action, ultimately. Free of terminology. But I don't even think it could save you from a 2. Yeah. Okay. Betuv, he'll give it a go. Because, you know, he's in this as well. Oh god, there's like so many things to scroll up through. Why did I think that was smart? Just do it manually again. Is there a way I can do this? There probably is, but I can't think how to do it just now, so I'll just roll twice. Well, would you look at that?
Hey.
So, Betuv is no longer stunned. I might just delete them, so I don't get myself confused. And then... So yeah, Vanger, you can see like Keldrath and Betuv both kind of like shaking it off, which is good. You know, that is helpful. It's almost there. And then I guess you lock eyes with Tenphf again. It says, you can still stand aside and make this simpler. This creature will die.
Simpler for who?
He says, for me. And then...
Is this Ryan weighing up his options?
Yes, it is. It is me as Ryan thinking.
Do I kill the entire party now, or give them another?
Because there is a good chance that Vanger is about to do something incredibly stupid.
Well, on the plus side, he hasn't recharged.
Okay.
So you are pleased about that, I'm sure, in the meta. So he doesn't get that back yet. Let's see. I think, given the fact that you can see people breaking out of this, yeah. I'll cast Blade Ward. Just almost like a kind of, you know, not so much defeatist, but almost like tired, as if, you know, in reply to you, Vanger, just to, and he waves his hand over himself, and he has that, like, you know, almost like, you know, shimmer of bending light.
Well, that was a mistake.
And then... Vanger.
Okay.
You have 99 turns of this, so use them wisely.
if I can avoid losing concentration. Character agency, player agency.
Yeah, sure.
Moment.
Yep. Character agency is like, right, huddle, guys.
Character agency also. Player agency moment. If I do basically any spell casting above second level, I'm probably going to die. So how self-sacrificing do you think Vanguard is?
Like, I really, not is ultimately what I'm trying to say, because Fleabite is really not got much to contribute. So I think it's on you guys to survive this.
From my perspective, before you do anything madness,
Did I hear the Jedi are evil? I did.
Yeah. Let me try and get an attack first.
Against whom?
10th. Because at the present time,
He has resistance to bludgeoning right now. You're going to be doing half damage.
dealt by weapon
Is-
attacks.
Your hands are weapons.
Ah.
But they are magic weapons.
Luckily, he's using magic. Remember this niche we discussed literally like 2 nights ago, maybe? Maybe even a little longer, about the confusion about whether or not magical bludgeoning is a thing that's even specified in the rules or not. It's not. So, yeah, he will have resistance to his fists.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I can't stun him.
Correct. No, it was just there was a like the magical damage versus normal damage is so
I'm more
vague in the
concerned
rules.
about all of those, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because if they do the same damage again, our dragon's dead.
Okay, then. So
And keep in
the
mind, you've
question
got,
from my
because you can see from there, so just before like we go any further, their overdrive flurry, which I don't mind you obviously slightly factoring into the meta, because they visually look like they're like obviously recharging.
They will
Like-
be vulnerable as a result, yeah.
It is like, it is stunned until the end of its next turn. So they will all be stunned this round only, and then
So
they'll be
you
back
get
to action.
advantage in your attacks against them for a round, basically, and they won't be able to act for a round.
Yep, but
Right,
then next
so-
run through it, they're all going to be fully operational, and
Yeah.
they might all get their overdrive back.
But that is a might.
Might
Yeah.
be, yeah.
It's a 1 in 6.
If 10th is stunned, is he in control of them? Do we know that? We
They're
don't really
machines.
know that.
He's not psychically controlling them anyway.
They seem to obey him, but they
Yeah.
also, you have like, remember, like Tenphf showed you them.
So that's what I'm trying to get at. So if I stun 10th, could Tenphf do something to take the control back?
Potentially, but who knows?
Also, just because you can do a lot of attacks, if you're doing lots of attacks with advantage against the robots.
That's where we are.
Yeah, you get the fun thing
where
like I got. Yeah, you get to hit the button multiple times.
Yeah. Do I try and take out 3 of them by moving one
not.
square down?
What is it? Is it a
I think
30-foot
con-
light? Is your breath 30 foot?
Thanks very much.
I'm just asking, because I do feel like if you stood,
Yeah, I forgot about that.
you do have a line attack.
Exactly.
So you could stand
Yeah.
there and just line attack through them.
And they automatically fail dex throws.
So let's see. Yeah, it is. It's a 30-foot line. So in theory,
30 foot.
you could like basically move down one, bam, and you would get them and him. Or you could like stand here as if you're about to punch him and then line back. No, you'd get anger. You don't want to do that.
No.
Do we think they take any extra from lightning?
Well, no till it's tried.
But I'm just saying that's an option you also have, because I don't want you to forget that that is like just,
Yeah.
it's such a cool ratio.
Yeah.
Well, right, remember,
I had forgotten that.
it is my turn, and
Yes.
I might want to move. Like,
Yes.
for instance, here,
Mhm.
which I do actually, because Tenphf should still be in range.
Okay.
I'm going to do that.
It doesn't actually change what my
It does change the calculus a little because you can do this without hitting me. I am no longer going to be attacked by this fucker or this fucker next turn if I move. That potentially allows me to take some risks because I only have to worry about him attacking me right now. Which he probably can do quite easily. But it does mean I can maybe take risks that I wouldn't otherwise. Because if any of these guys won't get to me, they're going to have to
I'm just
unstun,
wishing
then
Tenth
move.
was once
Yeah, I bet you are.
closer.
Well, still be.
That wasn't specifically
I-
planned by me, by the way. That was just convenient placing. So
I'm gonna. I don't want to waste my turn. So if you're gonna unload on Tenphf, I will use Path to Grave to negate the first hit of his resistance. But that seems like a terrible use of a very
It
powerful
does.
skill. Because it wouldn't
yeah,
even
it's
fully
awkward, isn't
negate.
it? Yeah.
It's or I could put it on. I could put it on one of them, and you can potentially just wreck their shit because they'll have disadvantage.
You also can't
Is your
see,
spore stuff a spell?
It's pretty fucking weak because I didn't really level much of
Keep in mind,
to be honest.
Colin, you'll want to have
it's
cursed
not.
them before you moved because you can't see through the dragon.
Yeah, good point. I
Flea
didn't
bite.
do that yet.
Yep, I figured as much. We were just theory test, yep.
Do we want Do we want me to try to path to the grave one of them?
And what he means by that is it'll do double damage for like one hit.
I don't know. I feel like the breath attack is a really good shout just for value.
Okay.
And again, we run into the problem that
Also, they're all
Keldrath.
failing their deck saves, right? So
and Keldrath and Path to the Grave isn't as good a synergy as we're usually used to.
The question I have though is, do we think a breath weapon on 3 of them does as much to help our possession as unloading everything he's got on one of them?
well,
do we
what
think
is the breath
the
weapon? Let's have a
damage
look at it
is
again.
that valuable right now?
So it's 2d6, right? And then it increases to what level are you just now, guys?
9.
9.
9. So it's
So he's
it is-
3d6.
So it's 3d6.
Mhm.
So 18.
So say it's 18 on each of them. Right?
Remember-
That'd be decent.
And they're not halving
But-
it because they're not making saves, right?
It's not going to take any of them off the board. Absolutely 0% chance these guys have 18 or less health. Let's be honest. And if it's not taking any of them off the board, it's definitely not reducing the amount of incoming damage for us and the dragon. Right?
I would
That's
say.
all.
I would
that's
say as
my
well. What are So what's your monk damage at the moment, Keldrath? What do you do as a fist, like an unarmed strike, for example?
1d6 plus 4 is unarmed.
Okay, so does somebody want to do the maths of that then?
How many attacks are you able to make? Sorry, 2?
4, I think.
4.
So attack, flurry of blows, extra attack would be the total number, and that is 4. Right? Unless flurry increases. Can you paste in flurry for us? Yeah, so that'd be that many attacks total, right? So attack is an attack, obviously. Then immediately after that, key point to get 2 more attacks. And then after that, you've got your extra attack, because you're a monk that has an extra attack, I am sure.
Mm.
You have extra attack on your sheet, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So, there you go. That would be 4 of those. So 4d6 immediately is more than 3. Never mind all the plus 4s. But that would be like...
It'd be against 1, but it would, it would be concentrated on that one and maybe have a chance of taking one out. I don't think it's likely, I'm just saying, like, do we think either of those options reduces the incoming damage we have to worry about? And if not that, maybe your stunning thing, right? Stunning strike, yeah.
But for me, that would be better used against 10th. Just run into 10th now while those robots are stunned. And hopefully it breaks his control over them. Stun him, he can't use any spells or anything for at least a turn.
Okay. I mean,
And then even if you used your spell and Fleabite attacked.
I can't for a full another round though.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're still stunned, aren't you?
Yeah.
and I can, yeah, it's I action economy. I don't want to waste a turn
Mhm.
just because I might not have another. I am in very low health, right? Vanger looks like shit. He is clearly.
Yeah, that was an expensive spell to cast purely because you rolled
Let
high
me
on
put it
damage.
this way: it's like all the progress he's made in the last few hours has been completely undone, and he's back to square one.
Mhm.
He is
Highly
in his last
blooded.
legs. I can get off a spell, guaranteed. I can do something. Might not do what we want, if it's an offensive spell especially, but I can do something right now. Next turn, I don't know that I'm still going to exist.
Mm.
You could use Fist on Robot.
I could punch the robot, yeah.
And do you not have any other weapon that you could use?
No.
You don't.
No.
You
Also,
only had a staff.
No, he
I
had
had
weapons,
a
but he
staff and a
couldn't-
warhammer, but I took them off and left them because I couldn't walk with them
yes, I forgot that part.
on. I have -4 strength mod. I cannot punch the robot successfully. I don't think.
He would
To be
heal
honest
the
with you.
robot.
Something
Yeah.
that we're not aware of.
Mhm.
It just kind of happened whenever Gembite was eating crystals. What bonus would if Vanger fed those crystals to Gembite? Would that give him back any strength?
Gembite would choke on them right now.
Right now,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's-
I knew that was going
he's
to be the
out.
answer.
Like, if Gembite could eat them, we don't know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, yeah. Like, there's a good chance that what you're thinking might happen, though, based on what you've seen so far. It probably will
Yeah.
be better for Gembite to munch them than not, based on what you've seen. So Keldrath, you would know that much. But
Yeah.
Keldrath, because Thingy's still stunned, Gembite's still stunned, that would be bad, throwing things down its throat.
So for Vanguard, I'm just concerned that if you Path of the Grave one of them, are we turning a D6 into 2D6? Like, is that all we're getting for your Path of the
Yeah.
Grave? Like, I feel like, and I know
we're
this is
technically
my flaw,
we're turning a D6 plus 4 into double whatever he rolls.
Yeah.
Because it isn't doubling the dice, it is doubling the damage done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a crit.
It's a tiny mitigation, but it does mean that you're effectively getting whatever 66 are. Is that 36? That's not. Is it? It is. So you could possibly get 36 out of one of them with lightning, right?
Oh, it's lightning. Yeah.
I mean, that's not bad at all.
It's probably the highest
I
damaging combo you have currently available to you.
If I use Path, then that doesn't hurt me. So potentially more turns of me putting the aura up. So potentially more turns where I can do something suicidally stupid to heal people, if it's necessary. So more bodies in the board for them to have to divide their attacks amongst. I think it's a good idea to use it. I'm just saying, like, do we want me to use it on one of these guys, or is he? What? Where should I point?
Yeah.
Tell me where to point, and I will point.
And really, that's probably a question for Keldrath, right? Since Fleabite's stunned.
Yeah, at the moment, Keldrath, very much so. But
So-
obviously,
so I think-
Alex isn't stunned.
Yeah, but for the player agency moment, I guess really, Chris, are you going to use punching forever, or are you going to do lightning? What is your plan?
I still
Lightning
think
does sound more valid than I thought it was at first, to be fair.
lightning will do the highest level of damage on a particular target that you have access to currently. But it stops you doing stun on someone like Tenphf.
Yeah, that's my fear.
And your
That's
choices
something-
as well are, because it's a 30-foot line, it's step down and shoot that way to get Tenphf, and thus you could maybe have Vanguard curse Tenphf to try and make the most affect him, or focus on like one of these, and obviously if Vanguard moves in his turn, you could go there and then get those 3, and one of them could
Well, it
take
would
double
be
damage.
nice to force these guys to all auto fail. What kind of save is it again for your breath weapon? Dex?
Dex, yeah.
He's a caster, right? Like, I don't think he's particularly weak, but he's maybe not the strongest in terms of his physical stats. So there's a decent chance he might fail it. 3d6, if I then stick.
Does this guy look Dexy?
I mean, it might not be a bad shout to go for these 2 plus him, and I'll Path to the Grave him. Because you might be able to get, say, 3d6. You could, get an easy 12 out of that, turn it into 20 odd. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
Also, I've just had a better look at monk stuff. You can do a bonus attack if you spend 1 key point.
And then you could punch the fucker in front of you.
You can't, because it's a bonus action for flurry, by the way. We just...
Sorry, what?
Flurry's a bonus
No, but that wasn't
action.
using.
So the most...
Has he used a bonus action?
Like, for the...
Yeah, no, sorry, it's not that. It's key field attack. It's one attack, not a double attack.
Okay, don't you have to have made an attack? Like, or is it not the breath weapon thingy? Whatever that wording is.
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah, so it doesn't. Like, as I said, I'm pretty sure my monk maths was correct.
Mm-hmm.
4 attacks max at the moment. Yep, until he levels up more.
Well, yeah. Decision is yours, Chris. I will point at whoever I am instructed to point at here.
What's your thoughts, Chris? Talk us through it, because we're running out of time. So what's the thoughts?
I honestly still think that stunning 10th is the best idea.
But you are then going to have... So, just to highlight what that means, if you go and stun him, it means that those things will then burn through their turn, becoming active again, which means movement gets locked down again, because then their reactions are active. And they might all get their overdrives back. Because that recharge happens on their turn anyway. They don't need to do anything to activate the recharge roll. So I get to roll for all of them to get it back anyway, even if they're stunned. You see my thinking? I'm not to shape you, I just want to let you know fully of what you're looking at economy-wise here.
Right. Vanguard, I would still hit 10th with your spell. Because either way, it's him you want to do the most damage to.
Okay.
So
Just
even
so
if I
clear,
step...
not a spell.
Yes!
Sorry, not a spell. Yeah.
Okay.
Even
so
if I
will...
step one down and go for the 3 of them, including the 2 of them, including 10th, I still want him to be more vulnerable. Yeah.
I am therefore moving there, and I'm going to point at him.
Nope, you're wanting to point at him and then move.
Point at him and then move. Of
Yep.
course. Let me just paste it in.
You'd have to stand... See if you wanted to do it from like down there, right? You'd have to like go here, right? So there, and then cut to like here, and then stand there to see him.
Right. Whereas I kind of want to be there.
Yeah.
I like that spot. I seem slightly more good. That is all I can do. That is my turn.
Right, so I'll pip him.
God bless us all.
Do you want to just write like
Great
purple
Father bless
Path
us
to the Grave or whatever? I'll pip him in purple for that. Just so we know what that's for. Okay. Happy with that?
Mitsuzuka.
And is that you?
There we go. That is me. That's everything I can do right now.
Okay. Or
no, it's not. I could use the spell, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'm
that's
not
it.
an
Ooh, what a risk. Yeah, because I don't think you can out heal the potential damage, can you?
I can't.
Yeah. Because it's times like this where like maybe a heal, if you had access to it, would have been worth it. I don't think you're high enough in a class for that yet. So that ticks down. Right, well let's start. So I guess let me do this in as efficient as way. So I'm going to go left to right and then the one below, right, for these rolls. Left to right and then the one below. Hey, look at that. So that is that one and that one. Perfect. And now I need to do nothing. They're just all automatically on stand. You can see why that's an expensive attack that they've got. Like it's not.
Yeah.
There we go. That is them. Right. This has advantage, doesn't it? This save.
Easy.
There we go.
The living fuck.
Yep. I'll get rid of that. Keldrath.
So yeah, I suggested I'm going to take a step
Do you like how
down,
quick my
although
5 turns there were? By the way, everybody.
I mean,
Yeah.
yes, but they didn't have a lot of decision making to make, to be fair.
Fair. Okay, so I'm going to step in there. Yep.
yeah, I'm going to use my lightning across
Yep.
the worst turns.
I enjoyed the laugh.
I'm still questioning that because I like the stun ability to try and stun all them again. Sorry.
It's okay, take your time.
But yeah, I'm then going to go back up to my lightning breath.
I like this choice actually. It does seem like it might be a pretty efficient way to spread out the damage.
Yeah, that's why I suggested it, because I thought, like, don't forget it, do you know what I mean, as an option, because it is a good option, still. AoEs are pretty nifty.
Excuse me, I need to get a drink.
It's okay, take time.
Just a sec.
I'll deal with that in a second. I apparently have lost what I was looking for, which is a bit annoying. Lost a lot of things recently. There we go. So put this on here. Stretch it. There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Move it one more. Look at the budget, folks. Oh dear. Right, so I think you do a bunch of saves now, right? So Alexander, do you want to do quick maths for me? Is it definitely a DC 13 like he's got written in his sheet, or is it not?
8 plus your constitution modifier.
Plus proficiency bonus. So what are those numbers? So what's your con
So
mod?
proficiency
It's 2.
is 2 and 4, so it's 14.
Okay. 2 seconds.
8 plus 2 plus 4.
Yeah. So feel free to update that ability as well. You should be able to edit it at some point. It's a DC 14 this time, not a DC. Right, and it's con. Yeah. Okay.
For breath.
No, Dex
Dex.
save.
X.
Oh, it's because I read con modifier
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
It's my brain, so it's a deck save, right? Okay, fucking hell, my brain.
No, I was looking at it at the his save was con was Dex. I was like, what?
Yeah, I was like, wait, what? Right, okay, so yeah, this is just this. I nearly said con again, do you know that? Is there any... Okay, of course they don't. That's fine. So, again, I guess just left to right for the robos first. Okay. And then... Do you also want to roll your damage, by the way, buddy? It's 3d6. You can either do it on the roller at the side.
Separately, or is it rolled for once for the whole thing?
It's once for the line.
Oof.
AoEs are always once for the line, or like once for the area. It's not bad, it's not bad. And then, let's see, for that one, let's see. Yeah. This was Dex.
Oh god.
After all that talk as well about Dex. But still, right? So that means... God, let me get rid of this line just now. So we've had our special effects budget. So it is save, no save, save, ultimately. So it's half damage on a save, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So he takes 10 after all, because math.
Yeah.
And then 2 seconds. Yep. Cool. Is that weird? There we go. 2 seconds to add that in. Okay, and I'll get rid of the purple pip. Yep.
Damn.
Still though, damage. Damage applied. And realistically, what was that then? 25 total damage, right? If it was 10, 10 and 5, yeah. So, just depends if you think the 4d6 would have done better on averages with the attacks.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why K-Stun is still there. It should be gone. Right. That was your action to do that, and you've moved at least 5 feet. Anything else you want to do, bud?
Mm-hmm. Don't think there's anything else for me to do except for maybe dodge again.
Key point and
Can.
dodge.
Yeah.
Oh, can you?
Key points, monks.
Key point.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, cheeky.
I mean, on the other hand, not dodging might make them attack you rather than the dragon, which might not be the worst thing.
Get the
But
feeling
are they smart enough to make that distinction anyway, to be fair? Like, are they going to go, oh, he looks like he might be hard to hit, or are they just going to go, you're in front of me, kill?
Well, surely if you think Tenph's controlling him, it will be up to his offense taking it being electrified.
Yeah.
Despite dodging it, and yet still being electrified. Right?
Well, I think it's because it's not like you can actually dodge lightning.
Tell that to rogues. Yeah.
Yeah, well, to be fair.
Yeah. So, that's your turn, yeah?
Yeah, so yeah, I will take another. There's another key point and activate the dodge action.
Pip yourself with the green shield then again for me and mark off your key. Flee about.
Probably just on the off chance. Can speak, although halteringly.
Normal then?
I don't even want to imagine what that sounds like on Fleabite's level.
Possibly just be like, flee.
Okay. Yep.
Damn it, Fleabite.
Tenphf just goes, "What do we do?" And just voices that to obviously the two active people. He's panicking.
I mean, I know what I would be inclined to say.
Feel
but I
free to
don't know
reply
if
to him,
the
yeah.
nearest are most likely to say it, because I would think like he's quite close to Keldrath, but Keldrath's maybe a little occupied.
Yeah, Kara's
Or-
busy dodging.
what do you think?
And has just shot lightning out of his face. It's pretty cool.
I would just tell him either call for help or fight. That's his only two options here.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking as well. Is more of a fight.
If he like knows how to make or how to work robots, then right.
Yeah, that's a good point. If we actually say like, can you help with these?
And when you say that, Tenphf will reply, and this will probably be the most help he can be here thing. If they've been assigned to Tenphf, they won't listen to me.
Yeah. Can you fight?
So he takes the dodge action when you say that?
Okay.
Yeah. No. He's definitely a scholar.
That's fine. I didn't necessarily expect.
He's still a big scholar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's a question of inclination. as
But
much as
not all
ability, right?
elephants tackle robots, okay? I know that's been
But
the
they are
precedence.
to it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Isn't it wonderful?
That's like what the sixth crit you've rolled.
On sixes. Come on.
He's got his thing back, right?
Yeah. He does. Can you guess what he's gonna do? Let me just do maybe
He's
measure.
gonna do that again.
Yeah. Because why wouldn't he? Blah.
Oy vey.
Yeah, I know.
Do we cash in? Do we do it? Am I gonna be that shameless?
Do what you want, buddy. They're there for a reason, remember?
I think these are pretty desperate stakes, and
But you're still under the cone thing or the AoE. Because he hasn't taken that away from you yet.
right, but that's not. It wouldn't. It would only be a save against being stunned. It wouldn't be a save against the damage, right?
Oh, sorry, did you do something different?
Do you want to paste it in again for us just now?
Right.
Don't worry, I won't
this
make you
isn't
take
me
the damage.
casting it
Yes,
again,
I won't make you take the
obviously.
damage again, don't worry.
I can't right now, but there. This is for description only. See, each one. It's advantage. Any effect, any cause. Okay, that can cause. So that would count. Yeah. I thought it was just any cause of the thing, not any ability that would cause it. So I do have advantage. Okay,
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
we all do actually.
I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Okay,
Because it's one of those nice overlaps where
who rolling first?
it's one of the nice overlaps where Mind Blast isn't specific enough that it does lump in damage and the condition
Yeah.
under it all.
Does Fleabite get to roll again? Because I can kind of see that Fleabite shouldn't.
Right? I mean, the effect is happening again.
It's another attack. Yeah.
Remember, you need to roll in case the damage hits you.
Yeah. Also,
True.
I'm gonna roll now. Okay.
Sure.
Let's see. Oh no.
It's okay, we'll work our way down. So, who's next?
Oh
Yep.
no. Good.
Okay, yeah. Okay, right, so, Tenphf, right, we'll do him. And D20 plus 3. And he gets advantage on this, doesn't he?
Assuming my ability hasn't stopped yet.
He doesn't need it. Got it. Okay. He's fine. And then a gem bite. I think it's advantage as well, you say? Let's see. Isn't intelligence.
Nice.
Look at that. Are we surprised the dragon adapted to bullshit? Are we?
Okay, so I think my ability is gone, to be honest, but
Alright, so wait, you failed, yeah?
It's
concentration, so it is gone. Yeah.
So I don't know if anyone should even have benefited from that there.
It's all simultaneous.
Okay, so yeah, well that makes sense, to
Yeah.
be fair. Yeah. It's not like he's doing it one at a time, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we
Right, so
you don't need to roll again, actually.
I'm about to roll damage. Okay.
Oh, I didn't put my concentration pip on.
I know, it's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay, and then...
Try not to kill me, if you can.
Oh, here we go, guys. Right, we're bam.
Aww.
Yup.
I'm down.
I'll,
Does that carry over past that? Am I on -6? I can't
no,
remember.
you're not. No, it does not carry over. I think it was like older editions, it would go into negatives, but... Yeah,
Okay, so I guess I don't need stun so much as dying. What's the symbol for that again?
I think technically you also need stunned.
Can you be both?
Yeah, sucks.
Okay.
Did that go away?
What's-
No, that did not go away. What did I change then?
Unconscious.
What did I do?
Imagine I can't. Well, they're stunned.
So I get rid of that. Done. Save. Bam. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Right, Fleabait, did you take your damage?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. The fact that, like, obviously people have resisted at that time. Besides, obviously, Vanger, who has fell over.
Where's the symbol for it again?
Oh, the...
Downed.
I usually just use that one, and then I
Okay.
use the boot to say you're prone.
Okay.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, guys. I did what I could.
you did good though, because like that turn, like, think how many people resisted that time. That's pretty good. So as Vanger like falls to that, and like the aura of light goes away, so it's pretty obvious if Vanger has fallen for everybody that necessarily can't see him. Tenphf says, "Perhaps now you'll stand aside." Obviously to you, Keldrith, because he can't see anything else. He can actually technically see Fleabite under Gembite, but that's, 6.5 doesn't. So, do you reply to him at all?
The only reply I can give him is I cannot let you destroy the dragon.
Unfortunate. I'll be sure to inform your people of this pointless sacrifice. And then...
And they will rise up.
Yeah, like, for the best you can tell, he gives a smile. But he also just ends his turn because he can't do anything else. Vanger.
Yay, death save.
Just roll a nat 20, it'll be fine.
Do I get any bonus against death save?
I don't know, you probably should read that. Yeah.
I feel like I should.
Also remember, like, it is a roll, so it can be bought inspiration-wise.
Yep, I know. I just wanted to double check that because I am, of course, a grave cleric. I just can't remember if I personally get anything. I can help other people very well. I don't remember if I personally get anything. Let me just quickly check.
Yeah, have a look.
When you normally roll one or more dice to restore hit points of creatures. See, yeah, that's it. Spare the dying. Nope.
Okay. So you're gonna buy yourself an inspo? Or am they gonna grant you inspo? Just so you know, if you're rolling that 20, you get to take your turn as normal.
I'm gonna do it. I think it'd be arrogant not to at this point. I have the points. Where's Death Save? I had to press it before the thing. I have, but not recently. Wait, what? I had advantage detect.
It doesn't affect it. You need to click it again.
Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, be better. That was better.
It
right?
is better.
What
You
did
get to
get?
mark. You get to mark a success on your tracker.
Yay.
Okay.
I forget how this works, but success is good.
Yes.
I like success.
Okay.
I suppose it's a good sign that I don't have to do this often, right?
Yes, it's a very good sign. These are okay rolls to be rusty at. Okay. Right. So. Yeah. Good luck, team. Oh man. So the one near Fleabite goes into overdrive.
God.
And then it doesn't have advantage against gem bite anymore, I believe. So it's now just 1, 2, 3, 4. None of them hit.
None. Yeah.
None.
Turns out a dragon that can resist is harder to hurt.
Yeah. Where are we here?
And it's stunned.
Yep, that's what I was looking for. That was the token. Right. The one above does not have its overdrive back, but technically should roll to see if it gets it back on its turn. It does not. And where are we here? That's okay. So Keldrath. This one's against you, buddy.
Okay,
Yeah. You spent the key to dodge, didn't you?
I did.
Okay, so it's disadvantage. It's not going to hit. I can move on with my life. This one here is going to do the one next to the other side of Keldrath. It's going to obviously burn that and go for the Dragante. So 1, 2, 3. Fucking hell. Oof. Oof.
He's back, baby.
Yep. How swingy my dice luck can be. Bam, and I can get rid of the green pip there, bam. And then the last one is probably just gonna go for the dragon as normal, but it's gonna roll to see if it gets its thing back first. Bam. Nope. So bam. Nope. So Gembite's putting in work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Soaking up a whole turn of them. Whew. So we've just got this scene of these big mechanical men with their halberds, some of them spinning like crazy, some of them flailing badly, as they're like laying into, Gembite, who's hitting, overdrive of its own, defending itself, blocking things with wings, batting things out the way with claws, snapping at them with its jaws. And that's where we end the session. Because it's back to the top of the round and it's already past our stopping time, folks. So
yeah, it's a little late.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to pause it there, unfortunately, and do a wonderful cliffhanger of, oofed. Yeah. Let me try and get us back to the credit screen because there's a lot of maps in between me in that. There we go. So let me try and straighten this up a little bit. There we go. Yeah. What would you like to call the session?
Yeah, I haven't.
So,
Yeah.
Just speak.
just. Mm. So we've got what? Medical knocks, the Baroon in the room, the elephant in the room, stunning revelations, yes. Dwarven cleric down.
You see, because there was a lot of stunning, and there was some revelations for the Baru what was stunned. I don't know what that accent was. That was bad. Ugh.
Is this too obscure, this one?
As we were talking about Iron Maiden earlier, no.
2 minutes to midnight. That's actually one of my favorite Maiden songs.
But yeah, 10th minutes to midnight maybe was a bit obscure, but yeah.
Can I Play with Madness is probably my favorite. I don't know why, it's just so cheesy. I really like it.
Mine's just
Have
always
you
been
s-
Phantom of the Opera.
Have you seen the video for Can I Play with Madness?
Names.
It's awful.
Names, Colin. Focus first.
How about here's even though it's not in this instance. I don't know. I you know what? I'm gonna self vote here. Oh, thank you.
That's telekinesis,
And
Kyle.
I'm gonna. I'm also gonna spread my vote around because I actually like 10 minutes to midnight.
It's so cheeky, isn't it?
It's terrible, but I like it.
You can't have him called 10th and not have a pun somewhere, right?
But yeah,
Yeah.
you've got it. I mean, what would the point otherwise?
As a Maiden fan, I've got to go for that as well. So
Well, I'll tie break then if that's the case. So if you're going to go for 10, I'm assuming it's 10th minutes to midnight you're voting for.
Yes,
right?
yes,
Without
yes,
just
yes,
like
yes.
taking that. Right, well, I'll tie break and I'll do a Dwarven Cleric. No, I'm kidding. I'll do
Oh no!
I'll do 10th minutes as well. Since that's a wee cheeky self vote. Well, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'll put that in. Yep. Learned from the best. Okay, so we have that, and yeah, goals. How do we feel about those, folks? So, have we freed the Baru from the Illithid yet?
We're making headway if we can survive this fight.
Okay.
that's a big
You're doing okay, right? Like, only Vanger is down.
Our healer is down. I have one healing potion. How many flea potions have you got?
How many Fleabag potions did you get? Was the most accurate thing you've ever said.
Fleet potions.
Sadly, the action economy to use them is that's Fleabag down.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't you go in and grab like that pose? Do you have a giant strength one left? You could give it to your monk and let him absolutely batter with a bigger strength mod. No? No, got one of those? Or was that given away
I think
to
that
someone
was.
else?
I think someone else had that.
I was going to say,
think
like, it was either Thoden or Eltress, I just couldn't think who maybe ended up with that, because I knew that Vanger started with it, because he took it from the giants, like Hovel, right at the bottom of the lane. Okay.
Deedly doodly,
Aye.
as
Ascertain relationship between Illithid and Baru leadership.
I think we're starting to get a sense of it as being very much an occupation, right? But we haven't really confirmed that is happening with the leadership yet. There does seem to be a sense from the two of that there was some sort of coordination, maybe.
Yeah.
So, but I definitely think that we've got his marching in and sort of like openly being hostile, and his clearly having brain possessed Batuv. Those are all actions that suggest that they're an occupying force. The pretense of being guests is kind of quickly abandoned when need be.
Okay. Meet with Safim. Not happened yet. Still in the cards, I
Still
assume.
important though,
Yep.
because
Not unless he bursts through the door after they salute.
Flies in the balcony, gunning them all down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. I mean, hey, crazier things have happened. Right. Blank certainly wasn't done.
No.
And secure safe exit from Barra City. I mean, death is kind of an exit, right, Wenger?
It's not safe though.
No, that's true.
No, death probably is safe, but it's getting to death that isn't the safe bit.
Fair. Like, the fall didn't kill me, it was that real sudden stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Care for dragon till self-sufficient.
Feed it 2 more crystals and we
You
might
know,
be
it does seem pretty, like it's handling itself quite well. See if it makes it through this combat. I would say that was pretty sufficient of it.
I would say Fleabite being stunned for most of this combat doesn't constitute him caring for it till it became this way. So, but sure, yeah, I like the energy. It does look like it was doing pretty badass, because I rolled absolutely awful in the end, which was probably really good for you guys. And then obtain a new suitable staff. Not yet, it seems.
No, not so much. I might have other goals, like draft a new character.
with a staff.
We'll see how it goes.
You could always pick up Eltris, who's wandering the halls somewhere.
I'll be honest with you. Like, if he dies here and we succeed, no one here has the ability to res him. But honestly, he did the wish. He helped get Fleabite to where he needed to be to get the dragon.
Yeah, like
he's kind of done his job, right?
Yeah, I could see Vanger if this was his final moments. I could see that being his out. Yeah.
There is still another out that we need to be careful of.
Okay, we'll get to that. Don't worry. So Cardath arranging
that's
meeting with the
next week.
Baru Resistance leadership seems still ongoing. So if I go back up to that blank slot that you've all had 3 weeks to prepare, what would you like the goal to be?
Decide on the second wish of the ring.
Or use it, maybe, because just deciding on it, that leaves a bit of wiggle room.
Well, the decision
Vanger
to
did
heal
die
everybody
here,
in the party.
If Vanger did die here, you could res him with the ring. So that's something.
Or you could use it for a 9th level spell.
8th or lower. Or
8th
something
level or
crazy. I mean, you can still ask for 9th level effects, right? It's just subject to all the problems that you had to deal with. But anything 8th or lower is safe, as long as it's an actual
And there are
spell.
some pretty fucking powerful 8th or lower spells.
Yes. Consult the Druid or Cleric lists. Yeah. But yeah, that is definitely an
Or
option.
wizard, you know.
I meant more for the bringing you back in like a fully armed and operational fashion.
Where does time travel come into this?
Where does time travel come into this, or when? Because I heard when and it was funnier.
No, where? As in magic.
Cometh time travel?
Well, I mean, the wish lets you ask me for something, so... What are you asking? You want to go back?
Yeah, I want to go back to just before we took Jim Bite into the library.
Oof.
With the knowledge of what's about to happen.
To be fair, powering arm up has potentially been quite valuable.
No, exactly. And I'm going to let him go.
Okay, right. I was wondering where you were going.
Oh dear, that is interesting.
And then take the weapons and bugger the ring.
So what I had to do is just delete all the videos that happened.
How much health do you reckon? How much health do you reckon an Illithid has? Because I can't find it, but I'm pretty sure.
I mean, obviously, I'd prefer you didn't just go stat chasing.
I'm not gonna Google it. This is why I'm
Mhm.
asking if anyone has an idea. Do we think we could literally just insta-gib him with power word? Kill or something like that, you know?
The only problem is
take
that
out the ring and just say goodbye.
Yeah.
I wish power word kill can kill it.
But then that's not casting it. That just means he's now vulnerable to that spell if someone were to cast it.
Yeah.
And then we combine our triumph, get NPC L Death Casto, and problem solved.
So, what is this blank goal going to be, folks? I'll give you a bit of a... I'm not going to let you put kill Tenphf in, because if
That
you
would
do
be
that, you'll get XP,
XP
anyway. It'd be different if you were having to mastermind, a more difficult and less just straight into combat death for him. I'd have given you a goal for that. No.
It's not related to his death part, if that helps. He can still be alive.
Yeah, but
Ugh.
it's just related to my tastes, though. And, please no. Yeah. Right. What is your priority after... I'm assuming you would like to win in an ideal scenario. So assume you win. What's next?
Go try.
At the present time, if we win this battle,
Give
I don't-
Batuve a slap.
slap his tentacles. Sorry, that was very careful what I said there.
Wow.
It's okay, we're marked for mature audiences only. We're way past the watershed.
The problem is using the options we have here.
Remember, if you lose, Tenth gets the wish ring. That's all I'm going to say.
That's what I'm leading to. Using the wish ring here to bring everybody back to full health might be our only option. Or, as I say, time travel to before they come in the room, or make it this is the dream and we know what's coming type thing. Yeah.
Let me put it this way: you could just wish him dead. Then we could just take care of yourselves afterwards. Because if the fight is still going on and one of us is crippled and the others are back at full health, we're still kind of in a fucky position.
Just depends if you think you can take out the automatons.
Yeah, that's true.
Just so you know, Mass Heal as a spell exists, right? It's a 9th level, so it'll fuck you up, remember. But you could ask for it. In fact, no, Wish has... No, there's an option. I don't know why I'm even reading Mass Heal. Wish has an option built into it. Let me go back to it. Doesn't it? It has one of the... You can do this. Where are we? Allow up to 20... Yeah, allow up to 20 creatures that you can see to regain all hit points, and you end all effects on them. Described
That wouldn't be
in
bad.
Greater Restoration. It's Greater Restoration.
Would
actually.
all effects include,
Exhaustion.
So, I'm going to read you Greater Restoration. You imbue a creature you touch with positive energy into to undo a debilitating effect. You can reduce the target's exhaustion level by 1 or end one of the following effects. One effect that charmed or petrified the target. One curse, including the target's attunement to a cursed item. Any reduction to one's target ability scores. One effect reducing the target's HP maximum, which means Vanguard's strength could be repaired, and Fleabite could recover an exhaustion, and everybody could get health back.
or we could plane shift Tenphf to literal hell. Just to flex, just to make a fucking point.
What a point that would be as well. Can you imagine being that person? Like, I just came to kill the dragon, and then I've just been sent to hell. That'd be a day.
Look, I'm getting a bit fire and brimstone now that I'm down.
You're glimpsing new opportunities that Vanguard may not have considered before, yeah. But yeah, that is a thing that could happen, is technically, like, Wish does come with the option that is just heal up to 20 people that you want all HP, and then end all effects on them. So, all effects, you don't have to pick Greater Restoration. So, Fleabite would get a level regardless.
I'd still have my thing though, wouldn't I? Because that's not the sort that Greater Restoration could do.
It doesn't fix the part where you're obviously fucked with damage with spells, but it would fix your strength score. Weirdly, it doesn't unstun you though. Like, Greater Restoration doesn't unstun you.
Lol.
That's strange, right?
It is.
Excuse me. But still something you could do safely with Wish, at least, because I knew it had something built in for that. Or you could grant up to 10 creatures that you can see resistance to a damage type you choose. So there's that too. You could
Do
grant.
some research on the
I
spells.
was gonna say you could also do a. You could grant 10 creatures an immunity to a single spell or other magical effect for 8 hours, such as Mind Blast. You could undo a recent single. So you undo a single recent event by forcing a reroll of any roll made within the last round, including your last turn. Reality reshapes to accommodate the new result. But that is like a roll, not, several sessions of content. And then obviously everything else beyond the scope is what Vanger suffered. But granted, you could roll really low on the damage for that. Or it might kill you. So you probably want a safe option spell. Beyond that though, I don't hear any suggestions for that blank goal slot yet.
I have no truth.
Okay, that's
I mean,
fine.
I use the second wish might be a good one, honestly, if that is acceptable to you. Because I think it requires a bit of decisiveness, and because once we've used it, that's a huge resource gone.
Yes, sure. It can just be make the second wish if you want to put that in, since that does seem like it could at least be 4 sessions worth of conversations away. Somebody can put that in. While we're doing that though, and they're changing their personal goals.
Well, you change to surviving the battle, so no.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't have any personal goals beyond not die right now. Although actually, I wouldn't be terribly dissatisfied if he went out like this. This isn't the worst place to go.
Yeah, like it's not the worst. As I said, there's definitely some interesting scope for where you go from there. Right. Okay. Any other thoughts? I don't see anything filling in that blank space.
I vote for use the ring.
Use the remaining wish. Yes. As I said, a bit cheeky, but that's fine. Yes. And it seems like the two of at least knew of it, right? Right, so that's goals done then. We'll swiftly move into wrap up chat. So start us off, Vanger, since you went down.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah. Well, normally I should know. I generally leave you to the end, but I feel like it's good to start with you.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
This has been an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm nervous for Vanger because I like him a great deal, but as I sort of explained earlier, he's sort of done what he came here to do to an extent. He's got the dragon egg, which was the ultimate sort of quest that he was essentially on, and he's neutered in a sense the Illithid.
Yep.
Yeah, they're still here. Yeah, they're still dangerous as hell. Evidently, we're seeing that firsthand, right?
But it is hard to argue that Vanger hasn't had a big impact in this cause, right?
Yeah. I think, I think in Vanger's mind of like what semi, hypnagogic state he's in, there's probably some sense of being not obviously entirely at peace because he doesn't want to like go down while his friends could still use his help, but there's got to be a sense of having served his purpose and served his god, right? Like he's had a divine calling and he's achieved it, and maybe going to be with his god wouldn't be the worst thing, because after all he worships an aspect of a sort of all-father god, but he specifically worships the aspect that watches over the transition between life and death.
Because it's the last steps in your service to him, really, is dying, right?
Yeah, it's the natural end to every journey. So thematically, I hope he doesn't go down. I hope he gets back up again. I hope he Chumbawambas.
You've definitely got one success, Pip, so that's fine.
But narratively, I think it wouldn't be an unsatisfying end for him. Um,
We can also have a chat
but
during
yeah,
the week about potential replacements if the worst does happen. We can try
I
and do some prep work.
honestly, I think about it. I have some ideas.
Good.
None of them I think would make a huge amount of sense, but maybe I could rework them into something that would.
Who knows what a wish can do, right?
Yeah, true. Um, these guys have an interesting choice in their hands because Keldrath, you've got the ring.
I believe so, yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of power. You use it to heal us up, or you use it to get rid of the threat. You know, I would say probably healing us up does make a lot of sense.
Could also
But
yeet
then
you
you're
guys
kinda-
somewhere, right?
It's like it could, or it could send them somewhere. It's like healing us up is like a reset rather than just ending the problem.
Mhm.
Because we don't know exactly how dangerous he can get if he's really threatened. Maybe this is.
I
him
did luck
not
out
taking
getting
it
that
seriously.
recharge, let's face it.
True.
So it gave me a nice easy option to use a move.
But I
Use a
really
racing.
haven't looked at like Illithid stat blocks. I genuinely don't know if
Mhm.
there's not worse he can do, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if he has some nasty spells.
Me neither.
No, you probably wouldn't be
But no
surprised.
hints.
So on some level, I'm also like, yeah, but if we reset the fight and then he starts taking it seriously, it could go just as badly again. Because
Maybe a wish down. Yeah.
I would still take damage when I was exactly. I'd still take damage when I was casting spells, whereas maybe we can get rid of him, heal up, and prepare for what's to come. Rally some sympathetic Baru, go find Safim, go beat up any idiots that stand in our way, and save the world. Anyway, it's gonna be an interesting choice, and it's largely, let's be honest, largely in Kildrath's shoulders at this point.
We
So,
knew that
good
from
luck with
like
that,
last session as well, where we're like, you're carrying the team. Remember when he wanted to go to the kitchen and you guys back to the room? Remember that? I remember
It was an
that.
interesting choice, I'll be honest.
And immediately you're like, no, you're coming with us. Yep.
Fleabite's in a rough position, but he's a scrappy little bugger. And he
Bloodied.
does literally have a dragon at his side.
Yeah.
A dragon that's quite affectionate towards him.
The dragon is bloodied, Fleabite is bloodied, you are down, dying with one success, death save, and you have a reasonably fully armed and operational, with a wish, Dragonborn. So,
there are worse things to have on your side. But I do think there's definitely, there's a potential for this fight to come around. I don't think it would make sense not to at least consider using the ring, but there's a definite possibility that if he eats those crystals and grows and maybe heals up a bit as he grows.
I mean, it's his turn next, right?
Yeah, there's a real possibility that we might not actually need to do it, but we should definitely keep it on the table. But yeah, anyways, it's going to be a very interesting next session, and I'm looking forward to it very much. And also, thank you, of course, for playing, and thank you for running.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. And it's always nice just having a player that can look at the perspective as well of like a character's arc and be like, this feels like this is where they could step out reasonably. They've done what they came to do, which is always nice because it is hard sometimes saying goodbye to a character. It can be rough. I mean, I know I don't take it very well either, but it's generally because I don't have a character exit in mind generally, unless I've designed like a very specific quest arc for one. So yeah, it's good. It's good to see potential of what could come next. So in descending order of chaos, well, we'll take stunned Fleabite.
I mean, I don't take kindly to be in descended order of chaos.
Well, I meant for
it's greatest chaos.
Vanger is dying. You're only stunned. Okay, that's why I'm keeping Keldrath to last.
Yeah, I am. It's wrong to say that I feel like I took the wrong decision because I think in like 9 out of 10 situations, shielding up at the start pays off a lot.
Especially because it doesn't fail you when you're stunned. Like it's still in effect, right?
Yes, however, I haven't actually been attacked.
No. It's because you're not a threat currently, right?
Yeah. So, but I think it wouldn't, like, if Fleabite survives us to the next fight, that probably won't change his outlook.
Mm-hmm.
And that is usually the right call. Just in this case, it's not helpful. And getting that first attack might have been more useful. But then also that first attack we had dispatched everyone. This is not good times for Fleabite. But
No, Fleabite's in a rough position.
Yep.
Yep, and obviously, like, you knew that though going in, it was going to be rough.
But not letting someone from out of this world just come in and take my dragon.
I mean,
Oh, come take my dragon!
are they from out of this world? I thought your theories were that they were from this world.
Well, they may have been creating this world, but they're clearly unnatural. My God told me so, Ryan.
Yeah, that's just
Plan. I don't know if you remember this.
And they did come from out of this world. Like, they were out of this world previous to now.
True.
And that's not something that Fleabite tolerates.
No, not being someone that comes from out of this world. Yeah.
I have rules. There's only one of me allowed. No Brian's.
Yes.
Position of annoying talking animal has already been taken.
This position's been filled.
I thought you were a Build-A-Bear. Maybe I am. Oh dear.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Definitely, if Fleabite had words, he would be doing what he can to inflict the necessary damage upon Batuv to get him to do something more useful. But he can only scream without his mouth.
Fair. Fair. Anything else, bud?
No, I think that's as soon as he's
Unstunned.
well, I don't know about that, but Tenphf will rue this day, whether it be by this player character or the next.
I like the idea that player character. Yeah, just the idea that he's on. Okay, so who's after Fleabite and who's after Vanger? Who we bringing in next?
Yeah.
Airdrop them in. Oh dear, it's good. Well, last but not least, but maybe last and probably best, Keldreth.
Yeah, interesting episode. The battle that we all knew was going to come, but obviously wish my two
Careful
partners
now.
in crime.
Careful now. You wish what?
Well, yeah, my two partners in crime were healthier. So yeah,
I wish for crimes.
I wish for not this.
yeah.
Lift up the ring and say, no! See what happens. I held aloft the ring.
What I love as well is, given that Batuv implied he knew of the cradle, the idea that you bring out this ring and wish for something like super mundane is really appealing to me.
I wish. That's not
I want a last meal.
Yeah. Fleabite's hamburger appears, yeah. Oh dear. Anyway, sorry, you were saying.
No, that's really it. That's decision time. It's going to be interesting to see what Jembite's attacks can do. If he goes for those crystals and how that plays out. Because his move is before mine.
Yeah, so it's Jembite first, yeah. And the thing is, Jembite was attacked a lot. He threw those crystals and then was attacked a lot. So it depends if you think he's going to have the focus to eat them, or if he's just
maybe
gonna...
angry, which would be great, I think.
Yeah, possibly. Just Incredible Hulk type anger. You brought me into this.
Puny God.
We have a Hulk.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like.
Yeah. That, to be fair, that was a very good line. You know.
Yeah, that was the funniest scene in most of those films is Thor and the Hulk's interactions. Yeah, just brilliant.
But damn good. Yep.
But yeah, that's where we are just now. See what Jembite's ultimate strengths are here. If it looks like there's a possibility of winning without using the ring, it will all come down to what that attack is
Like I say,
and what
yeah,
his potential is.
turns out Gembite's turn's going to be very revealing, I guess, for Keldrath's actions. So you want to have
Yeah.
your post-it note stuck to your character sheet, being like, okay, option A, if it goes this well, this is what I'll do. If it goes this badly, this is what I'll do. If I'm not sure, I'll just wish me away.
And who knows, he might just decide,
Yeah.
fuck this, I'm off through that veranda. You know what I mean?
Just power
shoots
walk
out
down the
window and
wall.
keeps going. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be, right? Like this isn't like mechanically speaking, this fight should be well within your guys' wheelhouse. It's just that yous are fucked, right? Because of the events that have happened in the plot. Like yous are knackered, exhausted. Like you're, essentially your cleric is taking the most damage to himself, by casting that aura thing. Definitely worth it, I would say, though, as a trade-off so far. I think it was quite. Because for the most part, I got like Gembite fully operational again, as well as kept Keldrath up. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Ultimately, the only thing we've really done wrong here is not spending another 3 weeks in the library trying to get Fleabite and Vanger healed. I mean, we couldn't have spent that long in there, but that's what we needed.
Yeah, it was the debate though. Is like, do you want the world outside to develop a day without you guys, or not? So that was the risk.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was good though. It was. I thought it was some good decisions made for like valuable reasons, right? Like, it wasn't just like I wouldn't say there's anything that you have done badly as such. It's just this is what you are up against, right? You knew the resources of Barris were going to be reasonable as well. They are technically the most like so-called advanced people left. So yeah. Anything else, bud?
No, that's really about it. It's going to be an interesting start next week.
Yeah.
See what Gembite can do for us. See what his strengths and powers are, because we've never seen it.
Yep. Good.
So, and I've not done any reading into dragon powers. What he could be anything for all we know. We don't know whether it's.
I was gonna say it's best not
Like-
to set your sights on looking at stat blocks. I am very, very prone to messing with them heavily because of what goes on in the plot. So, yeah, it's best.
And
not
there'll be a massive difference between a partially grown dragon and a fully grown dragon. So
and one you fed magic crystals. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So
One that Fleabite's messed with as well, psychically. One that Cynthia's gave her life force up for. Like, yeah, there's a lot of jank that went into Gembite being with us. So
yeah, just gonna fire his teeth at everybody, and all the gems in his teeth will take everybody out. Yeah, there's a lot of potential there for a good start next week, and then we can concentrate on bringing Vanger back to life. But it's
Yeah. Just as well for
So-
clarity as well there, Chris, like, so mechanically speaking, Vanguard has to do d20 rolls. A crit fail, like a 1, counts as 2 failures. And if he gets 3, he is dead.
Yeah.
If he...
But right now I'm just dying.
Yeah, so he's
Yeah.
dying. If he rolls like a 10 or higher, so it's slightly in your favour, 10 or higher, you get a success. But if you get an at 20, you get to just have 1 HP and stand up. But if you succeed, you only stabilize at 0. So you're still unconscious and useless, basically, until somebody puts health into you. But I do let people pour like potions down people's throats. So
that's what I was going to say. So if Fleabite became unstunned and fed Vanger a healing potion, not until he's done his 3 rolls.
I mean, during them as well, right?
Yeah.
During them.
Yeah. If only we had someone who specialised in healing people
only.
down.
Yeah. Yeah. It is typical, but we knew Vanguard was in a bad way.
There's a danger of like a smaller party as well, right?
Yes, that is it, because action economy is slightly janked against you guys. Just purely from the fact that there's 5 on my side, and technically there's 5 on yours, but one of them's being useless. But 2 of that is, obviously. And then that move that what you call him, Tenphf has is such an action economy jank, right? It's I'll just remove your entire turn. Because 60-foot cones are sickening. Sickening.
Apparently, practically not guaranteed, but like again, if you're not a good int save,
It's because not a lot of
pretty
things
likely.
focus on int saves, right? So people always think you can coast on it unless you're a wizard, right? Or an artificer, I suppose. Anyway, anything else, Chris? Was that?
Nope.
Perfect,
No, that's me.
thank you all for playing. That was a really fun combat so far in terms of like the tension level of it. Excited to see how it plays out, to be honest. I'm quite eager to see what Jimbit does. I would highly recommend you all maybe do a bit of homework regarding what the Wish could fully do in the situation. Like obviously you can all lobby Chris with suggestions for what he could do, because who knows what Keldrath could have come up with as well for his ask. So it is good to share your and pull your D&D knowledge. Obviously if you want to ask me questions for clarity and stuff, you can feel free to message me. Obviously Colin will catch up about any potential alterations that need to be made. But until then, thank you all for playing, super fun. Thank you to everybody who watched as well, including obviously Siren.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck to them, Siren, I know. And yeah, goodbye everybody.
Goodbye, and thanks for having us.
Bye.
Alexander, you saying goodbye?
It did.
I didn't hear it. Say again.
Goodbye.